Usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the February 2022 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
The invocator today will be the guest of Dr. ELBA GARCIA.
Thank you, Commissioner Price, Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce someone that really needs no introduction today, that has fight for unity and diversity in Dallas County. The Honorable, the Imam, Dr. Omar Suleiman is a world-renowned scholar and theologically driven activist for human rights. He is the founder and president of the Yaqeen Institute for Islamic Research, an adjunct professor of Islamic Studies in the Graduate Liberal Studies program at Southern Methodist University. He is also the resident scholar of the Valley Ranch Islamic Center and co-chair emeritus of Faith Forward Dallas at Thanksgiving Square and Multi-Faith Coalition of Clergy for Peace and Justice. In addition to being recognized by CNN as one of the 25 Muslim Americans change maker, Suleiman is included in the Muslims 500, an annual ranking of the world's most influential Muslims compiled by the Royal Islamic Strategy Studies Center. In 2019, the Anti-Racist Research and Policy Center at American University and Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives recognized Suleiman among 200 honorees who embody the legacy of the abolitionist commitment to social change. He's a native of New Orleans and currently resides in Dallas with his wife and 3 children. He has a delegation with him today. Dr. Smith, great to see you all here. And of course, before the invocation, Doctor, I want to give a recognition on behalf of this Commissioner's Court to Imam Dr. Omar Suleiman for paving the way and building bridges among the diverse community members and cultures through faith, and furthermore, for his courageous efforts to bring safety and protection to the residents of North Texas. And that has been seen many, many times in Dallas County coming from you, Doctor. Congratulations. Let me give him this, Commissioner.
Please. Assalamu alaikum.
On behalf of all of us, thank you so much for your leadership. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Garcia, and thank you, Commissioners Court, all of the honorable commissioners. We begin with God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. One of the prayers that we make in our tradition at the end of every prayer is, "O God, enable us to properly thank you, to properly remember you, to properly worship you." And so my prayer today is for enablement. We ask you, God, to enable us to risk political loss by taking principled stances, to risk social alienation for standing for justice, to risk losing friends for merely embracing strangers, but also to enable us to maintain the bonds of our humanity, to maintain the ties of our kinship, to maintain the capacity to forgive all, to enable us to grow in character, to grow in courage, to grow in commitment, to enable us to strive for the oppressed who have lost all hope, to strive against the oppressor who fears no consequence, and to strive against ourselves to not become complacent or corrupt. Finally, to enable us to love the God who gives us everything, to love the person who possesses close to nothing, and to love the world in a way that is inspiring. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suleiman. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. Welcome to this edition of the Commissioner's Court. We will be dealing with those matters that have been published for the agenda, and those that will be brief will be considered at a later court. We will begin with resolutions. And before, if the court will permit me just a couple of privileges, I want to talk about staff just for a second. Mr. Darrell Thomas, the CAFR piece here, just in case he needs to get back to work, Government Financial Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. It was presented to Dallas County for its annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2020. And its award of financial reporting achievement presented to Darrell Thomas, who is the auditor for Dallas County, Texas. This is the Government Financial Officers Association of the United States and Canada. And congratulations, Mr. Thomas, on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just like to say, you know, I put this all in the hand of my staff. I have a very capable staff. They do a great job, and we're in the process now. I'm losing the guy that's responsible for the CAFR in September. So I've got 2 younger people coming up, hopefully to keep this trend going as we go forward. But we're very happy to get this award. It's very important for our AAA bond rating.
Okay, good segue. Thank you, sir.
All right.
And that being said, is Dr. Ronica Watkins in the house yet?
Don't believe so.
She's upstairs still? She's online, so she can't come downstairs. Okay, that's okay. Dr. Watkins, there you are. Mr. Thomas did a great segue. As a member of this court for the last 36 years, I remember 36 years ago, we had to travel to, one of my first duties was to travel to New York to what was called a bond rating trip. And in that bond rating trip, they always talked about, you know, the tax base and the stable financial operations and the healthy operating reserves that Dallas County had. And we've been very fortunate. But on yesterday, to the public, Moody's Investor Service took and bestowed upon Dallas County the highest rating that it can, and that is the assignment of a double AAA rating for Dallas County. And so, you know, it talks about this stable outlook, reflects the expectation, regardless of what's going on, the county's economy will remain strong and manageable and continue to budget conservatively and resulting in the maintenance of healthy operating reserves. And so, Dr. Watkins, to you, along with Mr. Thomas and our team, we want to say congratulations and thank you for getting a double AAA bond rating bestowed upon Dallas County once again. And the public may not understand, but when we go, and they were just still amazed that we've been as frugal as we have. And I want to give consideration to my prior colleague courts that understood and put in place those kind of mechanisms in terms of looking at debt service. But they were just, what this means to for us in the public is when we go to market, we get the best interest rates that are available in the marketplace because we have little or no debt. And we have always operated since the 1990s on a pay-as-you-go system. And so I just want to thank you for continuing. This court continues to embrace it, and you continue to help deploy that, and we just want to say thank you.
So I'm pretty excited, and I want to thank each one of you for your leadership and support, and I thank you for saying no a lot of times for me. So I really appreciate it. I thank Mr. Martin, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Madrano, and their staff for assisting me through the process. So the one thing he did say is if he could give us a higher rating, he would, but we have the highest rating that they give out. So that's a testament to you guys and all your support and commitment to Dallas County. So I really appreciate it. As we approach FY23 budget development and planning, so you should be getting that information as well too.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Needless to say, we're proud of our team, and thank you all, okay? That being said, we'll move this printed agenda for Vida L. Bell. Ms. Bell, you want to come forward with your delegation? Whereas Dallas County has a stellar record of recruiting committed and dedicated employees who are charged with the health, welfare, and safety of our county's expansive and diverse populace. And whereas Vida L. Bell is a native of Arkansas, born in Little Rock, Pulaski County, and later graduated from Wandoti High School in Kansas City, Kansas, and furthered her education with an associate's degree from Mountain View College and earned a diploma from Kansas City College of Medical and Dental Assistants.
Yay.
Yay, I figured you'd like that. Whereas Vida L. Bell began her Dallas County career in Dallas County in August of 1986 as a clerk 4 in master file, and was promoted in September of 1988 to the clerk 5 position in bonds and warrants. And whereas Vida L. Bell began her service as a detention service officer in May of 1992 at the old jail and North Tower, transferred to the law library in April 2006, and commenced her last assignment as a re-entry officer in the Inmate Programs Department in September of 2017. And whereas Vida L. Bell is proud of her family, which includes her husband James II, who works in accounts payable with Christia's Health, her son James III, that is employed at Preferred Pump, and her daughter Vanisha, who works as an HRFS analyst with Alight Solutions, respectively. And whereas Vida L. Bell was named Employee of the Month in December 2020 and enjoys her time away from work, spending time with family, traveling, and attending her church, where she proudly serves as the president of the Usher Board. Hey, y'all don't understand the black church. That's all that, okay. Therefore, be it resolved that Dallas County Commissioners Court now congratulates Vida L. Bell as she announces her retirement after serving the citizens of Dallas County for 35 plus years, and looks forward to a new phase in her life with a great sense of joy and anticipation. And I so move.
And I second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. And before you speak, Ms. Bell, I'm sure there's some other people who want to say something about you. Ms. Said?
Absolutely. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Price, for that resolution for Bell, as we affectionately call her. Bell has done 35 and a half. She wants that half to be known. She said she earned that half. So we recognize you, Bell, for that 35 and a half years of service that you provided for us. I am Cornella Sykes. I am the Assistant Director, and behind me is Inmate Program staff for the Dallas County Sheriff Department. We are the Inmate Programs Division. We have been honored to work with and serve with Bell. Bell has been a stellar employee. You guys don't know this, but out of her 35 and a half years of service, Bell has never received a negative performance and counseling report. So a round of applause for that. I don't know how many people can go their whole time without a corrective action, but that just goes to show the type of employee that Bell is, and she will surely be missed. We do have a little token of appreciation that we want to give to Bell. We want to give you your flowers, Belle, while you can smell them. So if you would please just accept this on behalf of us. And then you're going to give them right back because you're going to have words. But we thank you, Belle, and we celebrate you, Belle.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to thank everyone here for celebrating my retirement. First, I want to give honor to the Lord and my Jesus Christ Savior, who has helped me throughout the years. It hasn't been easy, but with his help, I made it. And I just want to thank everyone.
Thank you. Come on, 35 years, 2.5 decades.
Bring those beautiful flowers. Don't forget, 35 years and a half.
And a half. I'm sorry, Dr. Garcia. That's right. Take up for those dental sisters.
Always the best
Yeah,
performers.
that's it.
There's no way that young lady has been working at anything for 35 years. I
Yeah,
really can't.
I'm telling you. You want a video? Okay.
Okay. More lights. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Bill.
Just a motion to suspend. Dr. May's got to get on.
Oh, yeah.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Dr. May?
And the next resolution, I mean, is also very, very special. For someone who has been our partner in Dallas County, our friend, our supporter, and more importantly, being part of a system that has made a difference here in, Dallas County, obviously, but especially here in this Commissioner's Court. Dr. May, thank you so much for being here. And let me tell you something. Ms. Bell just mentioned that she went to Mountain View College. When I came to this country, my English was as good, and I have said this publicly many times, medium Coke. Big Mac? Please. So I knew I have to go back to school. I knew that I have to learn the language. I knew I have to learn the culture. And one of the programs that took me was El Centro College, English 101. And it was there when I really realized that I could be a dentist here in the United States, but I could learn the language by being a dental assistant. And hey, give it to Latin, right? I mean, it's the language of medicine. So it was El Centro College and the Dallas County Community College District, now Dallas College, Dr. May, that helped me, that encouraged me, that showed me that I could be an immigrant and be successful and become a dentist. And I owe that to the Dallas County Community College District, now Dallas College. So, Dr. May, it's for me a very special honor to read this resolution for you today.
Thank you.
And reads as, whereas Dr. Joe May is a proud native of Mount Pleasant, Texas, holder of a Bachelor of Science and a Master's in Education from Stephen F. Austin University, and a Doctorate of Education from Texas A&M University Commerce. And whereas he has served with distinction since February 2014 as the 7th Chancellor of Dallas College, formerly Dallas County Community College District, as part of a distinguished 45-year career in higher education, where he began as an adjunct professor at Cedar Valley College in Dallas County. Advanced to leadership roles at Sul Ross State University, Navarro College, and Vernon College, and was chosen to lead as president of Pueblo Community College, the Colorado Community College System, and the Louisiana Community and Technical College System. And whereas Dr. May has been proactive in addressing the community's most challenging issues, including regional workforce needs, the growth of minority-owned businesses, the negative impacts of income disparity, and providing opportunity and equality. And whereas he led the consolidation of 7 separate Dallas County community colleges into a single Dallas College institution for the noble purpose of removing barriers and expanding opportunities for students to earn a degree or credential to help them enter the workforce of Dallas County and beyond. Whereas Dr. May helped create Dallas College's first ever Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and served as the founding president of Rebuilding America's Middle Class, a national consortium of community colleges enrolled where he lobbied Congress to reinstate year-round Pell Grants and second chance Pell Grants for the currently incarcerated. And whereas Dr. Mays has placed high value on collaboration, working closely in partnership with public schools districts, sponsored charter schools, career academies, early college high schools, and P-Tech high schools, and leading efforts to address the early childhood teacher shortage in North Texas by seeking and securing authorization for Dallas College to offer a baccalaureate degree in early childhood education. And whereas during his leadership, Dr. May was instrumental in maintaining a collaborative partnership with Dallas County, improving educational services for the Dallas Sheriff's Department under the Jail Education Program, which ran primarily out of El Centro and Cedar Valley campuses. Over the duration of his tenure, over 1,600 jail program students were served and received vital foundational educational courses and workforce training that included high school equivalency, workplace preparation, business operation systems, and support certifications, as well as networking, help desk, and IT support certifications. And if that is not enough, whereas Dr. May oversees one of the nation's largest community college systems serving more than 150,000 students and plans to transition his duties at Dallas College effectively March 1st, 2022, toward his official retirement on August 31st, 2022. And whereas Dr. May has been married to Carol Jamie May for over 46 years. They have 2 children and 3 grandchildren. He enjoys spending his leisure time as an avid reader and traveler. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognizes and congratulates the dedication and accomplishments of Dr. Joe May as Chancellor of Dallas College, and furthermore extends their appreciation for being a tireless advocate for students at all levels, but particularly those who have historically faced institutional and economic barriers, and for being a friend and supporter of Dallas County, who in his retirement will continue to lend his voice and expertise in addressing issues that most directly impact students and their ability to succeed in education in their respective communities. And I so move.
Second. I proudly, as an alumnus, second that, and
Well, I'll third it then, because you were always there.
Yeah, I
You
was
picked
always
up your phone and you responded. And I definitely appreciate that willingness to be a part of the community and to do everything that you could do. Whenever there was something that I saw, we saw, where students, community college, families, the community would benefit, I mean, you were, what do you want me to do? You never asked, you know, it was just, how can I assist? So thank you so much, where you have allowed the Dallas County to be.
call the question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And Joe, I want to thank you too. You're one of my dearest friends. And we did not know this until we'd worked together for a while. But Joe was at Navarro Junior College when I started there as the Monero Junior College while still in high school, so just can't thank you enough for all you've done for kids. So just when you think about this dais, at least the majority, I don't know how big of a majority, have all started their career path with a college like Dallas College. So
Yeah.
really huge impact that you made.
And Dr. Garcia didn't mention this, but I just want to thank you on behalf of the individuals who now get a second chance because of what you and Dallas College has done. Through the regional contractors, you have embraced a program wherein individuals who want a second chance get skilled training. But not only do they get skilled training, they get certifications. It's one thing to train them, but it's another thing. When you talk about people going into a workforce, they get OSHA 10, OSHA 30 certifications. And you've made all of that possible. You've made that seamlessly. And I want to thank you on behalf of those individuals who sometimes society, we say, not in my backyard. Hell, they're living next to us. They are brothers and sisters and uncles and aunts. But you have embraced that program, and it's made the marked difference in people's lives. And so I just want to say thank you. I know you've had some challenges this year, and I've had a chance to be conversant with you, but you've labored through it. And so, Doctor, we can't say enough about what a great partnership, as you heard us earlier talk about inmate programs, and Dr. Garcia talked about that. At one time, that was a little rocky road. But you came in and said, we're going to get this straight. And you took care of it. So I just want to say both individuals who are, quote, in custody and young people who have exited custody, you have been that bridge all the way. And so thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, could I ask you a couple of questions in case we have a reporter in our ranks or watching on television? I know it's really expensive to go to college now, but even if a child, or not a child, but even if a young person doesn't get a Pell Grant or any sort of assistance, what is the cost of a year at Dallas College?
Yeah, if you pay out of pocket, it's going to be $2,350 total cost for a full load for 1 year. But and that would put it third lowest in the nation. But we also include with that all books, learning materials. We also include a public transportation pass, good to use anywhere, anytime. We support now, and I think I saw Dr. Wong back there, immunizations to ensure that everyone is able to stay healthy and complete their education, and really looking at that is trying to provide that type of support. And the key in all of those is really collaboration and partnership. We don't have to invent DART. We didn't have to invent how to deliver immunizations, but what we did really do is to relish that partnership and figure out how we could work together. And the same is true as working with formerly incarcerated and others that are there as well. So I appreciate that very much, Judge.
Joe, I've got a follow-up to that. And then of your student body, of which there's tens and tens of thousands, up to 100,000 people held a year, how many of them have to pay that $2,350?
Well, virtually none will pay that. Half of our students will attend free because of what we've set up with the Dallas County Promise, and thanks for the support of that, and many of you, so that we provide that. And those who do pay out of pocket are generally going part-time and really not on a schedule and coming back for for additional learning skills. But we are really focused on how do we bring together resources, again, for those like the formerly incarcerated that couldn't pay. We do find the resources to make that possible with the partnership to make that available. So it really is trying to work collaboratively to solve those problems, knowing that there are really two problems with the cost of college today. One is what just the ability to get the resources to attend and to understand that process. The second is too many students are incurring debt at a level that honestly it is crippling for them to be able to live the type of life that we really hope an educated person would live today when the bulk of your dollars are going to pay back loans. So we want our students to graduate debt-free. That's a goal. That doesn't play well on a marketing marquee, but it really is the outcome that we're trying to achieve, because getting the degree and being able to then to buy a house and buy a car and have children and support a family is so critical to what we want to see as success in our community. So thank you for that.
And that other piece is the number of individuals who finish high school with a associate degree.
There you go.
Yeah.
And that has been, I've hired a number of those individuals who not only intern, but wind up going straight into their junior year because of what you've done.
Yeah, and this year that'll be about 3,000 with us, and to put that in perspective, only about 300 of those students would have ever been projected to have earned an associate degree at all. It's that collaboration, and I remember Judge, you and I talking about when of course I didn't know you, but we was responsible for bringing the program to Waxahachie High, and that was way back in '81 and '82, those years, but seeing immediately the impact that has when you can remove those barriers that get in the way, and I think that was important then, but it's really, really more important and essential today.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, thank you for 45 years, Doctor. I mean, we couldn't do it without you. And more importantly, you have here an example of people that are here thanks to Dallas College.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Doctor, I had a present for you, and I walked out so fast this morning of the house. I forgot it, but I will deliver it to your office.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy it.
You're very kind. Thank you, Mom.
I hope you enjoy it on all of our behalf.
And go vote at the community colleges.
Yeah, I always voted the community college, y'all. It's a great place to vote.
That is true, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah, we added community.
We have more voters in the colleges during the last election than we ever had before.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah.
Well, let's keep that trend going.
Yeah, gotcha.
Good timing.
Well, and if anybody has a little money in their pocket, the Dallas College Foundation is a place that can have a big impact. I love my Baylor Bears. Went to, after Navarro College, went to Baylor, love my Baylor Bears. If I wanted to give a full ride scholarship to Baylor, gosh, I don't know, it might cost $250,000 or something. It might be more than that. But you can give a kid a full ride to Dallas College for $2,350 a year. If you were to give $2,300 or even $230, that could probably be parsed out to help lots of kids, because as Joe, I keep saying kids, students, because some of our students are 30 and 40 years old, but it just takes a little bit of a bridge to get people to basically free school, because a lot of them get Pell Grants and things, and so you're not starting everybody at $2,350. They just have a little bit to make up.
Okay. Judge, that being said, I'm going to ask Captain Sheila Carter Bass and her delegation to come forward. Whereas Dallas County has a solid record for committed and dedicated employees who are charged with the health, welfare, and safety that stretch beyond the call of duty for the sake of large and a diverse community. And whereas Captain Sheila Carter Bass is one of 10 siblings who grew up on a farm in East Texas, attended school in Laneville Independent School District in its first year of desegregation, and was primarily raised in Henderson by a single mother in a low-income housing project. And whereas Captain Sheila Carter Bass began her first assignment with Dallas County in 1983 and started her professional rounds in Dallas County Sheriff's Office as a booking clerk, but set herself on a rapid course to deputy sheriff, sergeant, lieutenant, and eventually put her on a path of distinction. And whereas Captain Sheila Carter Bass has created a legacy by several firsts, such as the first African-American female to gain the rank of captain, the first female to become a field and tactical commander, created the first centralized transportation, and created the first ever Sheriff Citizens Academy. And whereas Captain Sheila Carter Bass is dedicated to lifelong learning, as demonstrated by her educational accomplishments, which include a Bachelor of Arts in Science from the University of North Texas in psychology with a minor in criminal justice, a litany of professional certifications, including but not limited to a Master Peace Officer's Certificate, the FBI National Police Academy, SWAT Command School, Jail Mental Health Officer Proficiency, and several other professional development courses. And whereas Captain Sheila Carter Bass has received numerous awards, citations, commendations, and the like from the Sheriff's Department, federal, state, local, community agencies, school district, and organizations for contributions toward law enforcement, volunteer work, and community service, and received honorary title of the Texas State Ranger in 2006 by then President Pro Tem Royce West of Dallas. And whereas Captain Sheila Carter Bass serves the communities she was sworn to protect by participating and supporting various local events, including the National Association of Mental Illness, NAMI, Breast Cancer Awareness, Heart Walk, Kwanzaa Fest, Annual Bryant Joseph Christmas in the Community, Prostate Cancer Awareness, All Women Marching for Hope, DSSO has talent, among all long and exhaustive lists. And therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court, now with a great sense of joy, congratulates Captain Sheila Carter Bass as she announces her retirement after 38 fruitful years. Be it further resolved that the energy, determination, and professionalism that Captain Sheila Carter Bass has modeled for her fellow employees and this community be emulated across the Dallas County landscape, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Chief, sure you.
Morning, Commissioners, Judge.
Morning.
What could I say after all that? I want to say thank you for your years of
Chief, introduce yourself for the record.
Sorry about that. Chief Eddie Herrera. I want to say thank you for your years of dedication and service to the department. Thank you to you for being a mentor to me and always being there when I needed guidance. Thank you for that.
Okay. Captain, it's on you.
It's on me.
Words of wisdom.
Good morning to this honorable aggregation here of commissioners, to my family, friends, co-workers, community advocates, my pastor back there, Thank you for being here. Thank you, Commissioner Price, for the expression of kind regard. Thank you all for your time and choosing to bestow this distinguished honor upon me as the court goes about attending the business of Dallas County citizens. As of right now, the state jail inspectors are at the Sheriff's Department.
No.
What stands out in my mind and my heart as I look back at the last 38 years, 7 months, 12 days, and 9 hours, what stands out for me is how God has used this great entity, Dallas County, to bless me bountifully, afforded me with many opportunities and advancements, and allowed me to forge friendships and enjoy incredible successes. It has been an extraordinary part of my life, and I am very proud of the Dallas Sheriff's Office family and the various departments within Dallas County that's helped us achieve so many things along the way. When I first came to the Sheriff's Department in 1983, I was looking for a summer job. My plan was 3 months and I'm out of here. Well, 38 years later, after sitting behind the green CRT, the computer, in the booking area, donning my blue one-piece bell-bottom uniform issued by the department. Vida, you remember that, right?
Yeah.
After all of that, Price, you remember that? Commissioner Price remembers it. Well, entirely on my own, but with mixed emotions, I've decided to leave DSO. When I look around the court and I see the faces of so many people here that I've worked with before, from classification, personnel, to warrant execution, and just reserves, the CSTs, it just makes it that much sweeter for me. I was so missed the people and the challenges that we were constantly faced with, but as a team, and because we cared for each other and we cared for the citizens of Dallas County, we always found a way to get the job done, and we got it done well. We were innovators, hardworking, dedicated, and proud employees of the Sheriff's Department. We loved to compete. We were always trying to outperform the next person. Who could book the most people? Who could shake down the most inmates? Who could arrest, fingerprint, transport, screen, identify, classify the most inmates? And it was always a competition. And not just on the job, but after work. We would meet after work, hang out at the levee, go bowling, play softball, and of course, have fun eating and just getting to know each other. And inevitably, there was always some astronomical challenges that came up on us, like housing and providing care and control for over 10,000 inmates when we only had 4 full capacity, fully operating jails. We hired over 800 officers in a record-breaking time in order to staff the upcoming new North Tower jail, our largest jail yet. How the love, care, and compassion for our fellow officers inspired us to respond to the needs of grieving families, even though we did not officially have a budget or organization home for the honor guard. Members and supporters did fundraisers, volunteered their time to recognize and commemorate the contributions and sacrifices of police and military veterans and fallen officers. Some employees that struggled themselves gave back to the communities through Christmas in the community events, 5K walks like the Kwanzaa Fest, the American Heart Association, breast cancer awareness, and supported youths throughout the department. It ended in other organizations such as All Women's Marching for Hope to End Domestic Violence and Haven of Love, and Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. Law enforcement labor groups like the Sheriff's Association, the Dallas County Peace Officers Association serve to not only issue ensure equity in hiring and competitive pay, but to uplift and give voice to all sheriff's personnel, industry concerns, and inspire trust and encourage inclusiveness. Dallas Sheriff's Reserves and Citizen Support Team further unveiled the caring hearts of all of those that back the blue. In 1998, local churches, schools, and communities shared with great pride my personal accomplishment in becoming the first African-American woman to achieve the rank of captain in the history of the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. But it was an achievement that could only be realized as a result of trailblazers by others that came before me, such as retired Deputy Ruby Wilson. When the state-funded auto theft grant program suffered budget cuts, it was this commissioner's court, this judge, that came to our aid, along with the constables in Precinct 2 and 4, the Fire and County Marshal Service, the Dallas County District Police Department, and auditors, and the committee, and the committed members of the Sheriff's Auto Theft Unit who helped keep the operation going and make an impact on combating auto crimes. My late parents had very little education and were of meager means. For their children, they wanted us to go to college, become productive citizens, and make a mark on the world. God's grace, support of family, church, and Dallas County helped me to make it a reality. I thank you all. It will be never forgotten, something I'll never forget. Thank you.
Other than calling Snow's name, I'm sorry, Deputy Wilson. Who is the guy in the leather jacket and some of them other people with you?
This is my husband, Calvin Bass, my husband. This is my sister, Nancy Sampson, my brother, Leo Carter. And this is my auto theft team here. We have Denise Wolford of All Women March and Hope, Karen Green of Haven of Love. I see we have representation from the Sheriff's Reserves back there. Our chaplain and my pastor, Sheriff's chaplain, and my pastor, Bishop Harold Edwards.
Okay.
Thank you all for being here.
Okay, come on. Y'all come on and flank her. We're gonna take this picture and come on, Bishop. Come on up here.
And you, my dear, you are gorgeous. I love you. You always have class.
Let's get, Mr. Martin, that's.
Thank you, Captain.
That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, I got it.
You guys are
Okay.
wonderful. Thank you. We can't do it without you. Yes.
Domestic violence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, congratulations. Good, congratulations.
They got the car taken care of.
Ms. Green, good to see you too.
Thank you. Gail, what's going on, man? Okay?
Have fun. You're terrific.
Good to see you, haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you.
Oh, come on, one more.
Thanks, sir.
And one thing she jogged back in my memory. I recall when we had over 10,000 people in custody.
Wow.
we've never, you know, I mean, when you think today, I mean, we're wrestling today when we start talking about, you know, right at 6,000.
6,000.
Yeah, we had over 10,000. And we had Decker, we had George Allen. We ran the second largest transportation service in Dallas County, second only to DART. We were transferring people back and forth, unbelievable.
I remember.
One thing that popped out at me when I'm looking at these, Masterpiece Officer, FBI National Academy and so forth, that didn't show up in her paycheck, right? That just showed up in her professionalism. And regarding that Masterpiece Officer piece, we got to get that paid. We got to get that paid for the entirety of the sheriff's office.
That's it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
She's listening.
You missed out on those dollars while you were here, but you know what? We got to get them for everyone else. We got to do them right, so.
That's it.
Yeah.
And she did remind, we knew yesterday, at 12:35 yesterday, the Texas Commission on Jail Standards did appear. We had a briefing, and they commenced on yesterday afternoon. We are posted for 9:30 on Friday morning for their exit interview. So.
They haven't been here in how long, Commissioner?
No, in a year.
In a year?
Oh, no. They every year.
Skip the pandemic one.
Yeah, no, they didn't skip. No, they didn't skip on. We thought they were gonna skip, but no, they didn't skip. They didn't skip on us. Okay, and my last resolution, judge in court, is L.D. Mackey III. And I'll take it that the constable didn't let him come today, but that's okay. This is a resolution that, again, talks about an employee that's been very dedicated. Well, L.D. Mackey III is a native Texan born in Dallas, Texas, graduated from Franklin Delano Roosevelt High School in Oak Cliff, whereas he began his first assignment with Dallas County on February 14, 1994, after accepting the job as clerk and constable precinct 5, and then later transferred to precinct 8 under the leadership of the late brother Joe Bagby, which was formed to create the current precinct 1. And whereas L.D. Mackey is active in his church and community, an accomplished church musician who is rightfully proud to have received an honorary doctorate in music from the Dallas-Fort Worth Seminary Bible Institute, and whereas he draws the support of his loving mother, Irma Parker, and his 3 wonderful daughters, Leandria, a school teacher in Lancaster ISD, Layla Lee, who are both students at Uplift Gratis Preparatory, and therefore this Commissioner's Court congratulates L.D. Mackey III as he announced his retirement, and he looks forward to a new phase in his life, and well lived, and a great sense of joy. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We'll make sure he gets it. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Court. Doctor?
Dr. Daniels.
Dr. Daniels.
Thank you very much. So pleased to be here, and in addition to people retiring in Dallas County, we also like to recognize other types of services. Dr. Paula Dobbs-Wiggins was appointed to the Parkland Board of Managers and served there a number of years. And this resolution will be presented at the next Parkland Board meeting. But I did want to take a moment to recognize the types of service that people, that women in our community offer. Whereas Dr. Paula Dobbs-Wiggins, a native of St. Louis, Missouri, received her bachelor's degree in biology, cum laude, from Harvard College. She then went on to pursue her medical degree at Harvard Medical School, which currently has an acceptance rate of 3.7%. And whereas Dr. Dobbs-Wiggins completed her residency in psychiatry at Timberlawn Psychiatric Hospital in Dallas and is a board-certified psychiatrist and distinguished fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. She specializes in diagnosing and treating mental illness such as depression, anxiety disorders, substance abuse, and schizophrenia. And whereas in November 2013, Dr. Dobbs-Wiggins was appointed to serve on the Parkland's Board of Managers as an at-large appointee by the Dallas County Commissioners Court. She was unanimously chosen to serve as chair in August 2019 and named one of the 2021 recipients of the Cornelia Day Senior Trustee Award. And whereas with her unique experience as an ordained minister, Dr. Dobbs-Wiggins worked to increase dialogue and collaboration between mental health and religious professionals to promote a greater understanding of mental health conditions and decrease the stigma that often results in people not availing themselves effective treatment. And whereas Dr. Dobbs-Wiggins is a retired professor of the practice of pastoral care at Perkins School of Theology, SMU, having served on the faculty from 1999 to 2019, she also used her professional experience and passion for the good of the community as a longtime member of St. Louis Community UMC, where she serves as the clinical coordinator of the mental health ministry and directress of the Angel and Cherub Choir. And whereas with the multiple talents of Dr. Dobbs-Wiggins focused on the public good, the patients and staff of Parkland Hospital received a Board of Managers member who was aware of the needs of the larger community and responded directly to answer the need, but also with an understanding of whether it was the better option. The broader approach made her well suited to make decisions for the Parkland and Dallas County community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby thank and recognize Dr. Paula Dobbs-Wiggins for her leadership and service on the Parkland Board of Managers and to all the residents of Dallas County. And I so move.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now at this time, I would like the good Dr. Mayor Carrie Gordon and her son to please come forward, because there are such fine examples, models of people, women in our community who continue to serve day in, day out. And we wanted to take a moment to recognize one of those fine examples in our community. Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court takes special notice to those in public service who have gone above and beyond their duties to serve their communities. The Honorable Dr. Carrie Gordon, Mayor of Balch Springs, is such an individual with an impressive list of accomplishments and honors. And whereas Dr. Carrie Gordon continues to make historical strides in the North Central Texas region, she became the first woman to be appointed as mayor, and now the first woman to run unopposed as a mayoral candidate in Balch Springs history. Mayor Gordon was the first woman to serve on the Star Transit Board of Directors, where she now serves as the vice chair. She was recently elected to serve as vice president of the prestigious Metroplex Mayors Association and named chairwoman of the Foremost Family Health Center's Board of Directors in Dallas and Balch Springs. And whereas prior to the milestones noted above, Dr. Gordon was the first black female city administrator for the city of Wilmer, Texas, first black female planning and zoning commission chair for the city of Balch Springs, and chair of the Balch Springs Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, which led to her political career leap. During her early tenure, Dr. Gordon was the first black female mayor in the North Central Texas region, where she successfully served as Balch Springs' first black female mayor for 3 consecutive terms, from 2009 to 2015. And whereas with the unyielding support of former Texas Senator Bob Dole, Barbara Bullis Wells, Esquire, and Ed Morris, former Balch Springs Chief of Police and City Manager, Mayor Gordon spearheaded and skillfully consolidated the Dallas County Water Control and Improvement District Number 6 to open the doors of opportunity for economic growth witnessed then and now. Dr. Gordon was also the first Black female urban planner hired in the City of Dallas Planning and Development Department in the early 1990s, where her permanent marks are witnessed in the areas of planning, zoning, numerous area plans as Board of Adjustment Administrator, et cetera, until her retirement after 30 years of service. And whereas most recently she was sworn in for another term as Mayor of Balch Springs in a ceremony on May 20th, 2020, conducted at the Veterans Memorial Park. Dr. Gordon has continuously and diligently contributed to making and maintaining positive changes in her community. And whereas in celebration of diversity and creating inclusive communities, her initiatives are exemplary and represent a trailblazing model of stellar advancements as she continues to build day after day, and not just in the month of February. No matter what she does or for whom she does it, the Honorable Dr. Carrie Gordon does so with integrity and with a commitment to excellence. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and honor the Mayor of Balch Springs, Honorable Dr. Carrie Gordon, for her accomplishments and faithful service, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And so it is with great pride that I would like to hear a few words from a person, from a woman, from a Black woman, who never shied away from doing what she could and doing it well and doing what was right. So,
Thank you very much. Good morning to all. First, giving honor to our commissioners, each one of you. Some of you I've had the opportunity to work with over the years. Thank you so very, very much for everything. You've been my mentors. You've been my crying board. In this capacity, it's not an easy road. Many, many times, the way gets so dreary, if you will, that you need a support mechanism. First, having God. Secondly, my late husband, Grammy Award nominee, Dr. Larry T. Berry Gordon. And when he was no longer there, beating the campaign trail when I didn't have it in myself to do it, was my son. Where is he? Back there. Larry Gordon, singer-songwriter with the Curb music group out of Nashville. My strength, my pillar. When I came this morning, I was under the assumption that I was accepting an award for the city of Balch Springs. I knew I was the resolution, but little did I realize, and as I began to read it, I had to stop because I got emotional. This is an honor I didn't expect. My mother would always say, give me my flowers while my eyes are still open. You've done that, Dr. Daniel. You've done that for me. In the public sector, I've not received this type of recognition, and I do what I do because I am God-driven. And it's not about me, it is what he allows me to do to make a difference in this world. And I thank each and every one of you for the service that you do. I look so forward to working with you, Dr. Daniel. We're gonna have a lot of fun. I'm also known as the singing mayor, but I'm holding it. That's my way of expression, and I'm holding it. Commissioner Price knows I'll go out into song, Commissioner Jenkins as well, but I'm gonna hold it. Dr. Garcia, I worked with you as an urban planner in the city of Dallas many, many years. But I so look forward to working with you, and we're going to have a good time. And thank you so much to all of you for this honor. I appreciate you.
I do want to acknowledge, first of all, what you have done, but also that for many years, Balch Springs was in District 3.
Correct.
And so Commissioner Price has been your commissioner partner. And I could only look from afar, respecting that you were not in my district. Well, now I have the distinct pleasure with redistricting to include Balch Springs in my district, and you don't know how I am looking forward to working with you. And as you say, you always got to be doing this, and if you're not having a good time, we're in the wrong job.
Yes.
So most certainly, I'm looking forward to the experience that you bring and for what is there, and then to see, okay, where can we go from here? So thank you so much. And I just wanted to, take the moment and to recognize that, we look at our kids and sincerely hope that we're making the right decisions with them, because that is how the community continues. So thank you, too, for coming.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
And Mayor Gordon, I just want to say,
Yes.
We meet people, we work with people, and we never know the path that the Lord has for every one of us.
So true.
So, for me, it's a pleasure to see you now as a mayor, as a woman that is making a difference. And I always say that, municipalities are the first line of defense.
Yes.
Without city services, we really will be lost. And that is the 24/7 job that sometimes is hard to please everyone. But hey, I'm glad that you're there. I'm glad that you're making a difference. And like Dr. Daniel said, look forward to continue working with you. If there's anything we can do from District 4, I'll be more than happy. Thank you so much. Great to see you. I know what is having sons growing up in the campaign trail.
Yes.
They know streets, maps, and some things, the Lord, they have better sight than we do.
Exactly.
So we can knock on those doors a lot easier. So thank you for being here with your mom. It's always a pleasure to see the next generation of leaders already here. Thank you.
You spoke that into
Yeah.
reality now. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Garcia.
I've had the pleasure of swearing you in each and every time.
Yes.
And it's not only, Ella Baker said, it's not about leaders, it's about developing leadership. And I've watched as you develop leadership. Everyone makes it's interesting when you're reading the fusing of the city with the water district. That was a battle.
Yes.
And it had to be very strategically done, and with the help of a lot of partners, we were able to accomplish that. And it was in the best interest for the citizenry of Balch Springs and the region. One of the things that Balch Springs has been is a regional player. They have not looked just at the city limits of Balch Springs. They've looked at the corridors that they have inherited, but also understand that those are corridors to the rest of the region.
Correct.
And so you've had that laser focus, but at the same time that 50,000 foot view, that optic, if you will. You've assembled a great staff. You got a great city manager, planners, another planner, Chris, and Ms. Clues and all. And so I also, as I said, continue to stand ready should you continue to need our systems. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. Thank you for
Please come take them.
Thanks for your friendship.
Yeah, it has to be the picture.
Aaron, oh.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. Let's have some fun.
Love the color. Okay.
And I'll tell you that resolution was a Black History moment.
That happens all year round.
You should, but
You got it.
yeah, well, we'll see in a minute. Okay.
Next, I believe we've done them all, so.
Yeah,
next thing is-
Commissioners Court Administration, Judge.
Yeah, it's a presentation on the Leeds Certification.
Thank you, Judge. Several years ago, Commissioners Court set a target for all new construction projects to promote environmental stewardship and sustainability. 2022 is going to be a great year. You're looking at 4 different projects that will receive LEED certification. With us today, we have the Regional Director of the U.S. Green Building Council, Ryan Snow. And Aaron, if you could please tee him up. You're on mute.
You're on, Brian.
It's showing
Yeah,
unmuted on my side.
we get you unmuted there.
Yeah, volume.
Try it again, Brian.
Okay, can you hear me?
No, you're coming up.
Barely,
Come
barely.
on.
You gotta turn that up. Not
Okay,
yet.
how about if I hold this?
That's better.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you all so much for having me today. It's really been a wonderful morning of so much praise and celebration with so many excellent things happening at the county. So I'm excited to be here to add to that celebration by recognizing Dallas County's work to create a more sustainable, healthy, and energy efficient built environment. As Jonathan said, I'm Ryan Snow, and I'm here representing the U.S. Green Building Council and our diverse roster of more than 12,000 member organizations from across the globe. We are the not-for-profit organization who developed the LEED Green Building Rating System, and our membership across the globe works every single day to create healthy, high-performing green buildings, homes, neighborhoods, communities, and cities through the LEED system. Since its launch almost 2 decades ago, LEED has redefined the way that we think about the places where we live, work, learn, pray, play, all of these great things inside of buildings, and enhance the built environment for generations to come. We're here today to recognize the South Dallas Government Center project for its leadership, environmental stewardship, and role in enhancing and transforming the built environment. By earning LEED certification, the South Dallas Government Center project demonstrates a strong commitment to the health, comfort, and well-being of the building's employees, residents, customers, and the Southern Dallas County community. We're proud to say that the South Dallas Government Center project is the first Dallas County project to be certified to LEED, and the new ground-up $50 million, 73,000 square foot, 2-story structure has merged many of the operations under one roof for the county, including the tax office, Veterans Affairs, Constable, the Sheriff's Traffic Division, Sheriff's Dispatch, Sheriff's Canine Unit, and 2 Justice of the Peace courts. The facility has also had the constituent offices for Commissioner John Wiley Price, whose team gets to see and experience the building's positive impact on the people in that building. Through LEED, the county, using advanced standards and equipment, will see a reduction in water consumption and realize best in building energy performance. Also during the construction, the project utilized recycled materials where applicable. Buildings are like people in that both can perform at their peak when attention is paid to the performance every single day. It's that attention to thousands of little details that made the South Dallas Government Center a shining example of sustainable design and construction. So we applaud the Commissioner's Court and the team of leaders who worked on this project for helping raise the bar of what we should expect from our built environment and local government. You also have several other projects that are on the deck to receive formal certification, and we're excited to see Dallas County's leadership continue by incorporating green building practices to impact people and the environment for decades to come. So officially, on behalf of the U.S. Green Building Council, we're proud to present the Commissioner's Court representative, Chair of the county's Facility Management Committee, Dr. ELBA Garcia, with a silver LEED plaque. Unfortunately, I am sitting in a hotel room in Raleigh, North Carolina, so I can't be there to celebrate with you, but congratulations, I'm glad to see the plaque.
Don't drop it, don't drop it.
It's heavy.
Hey, got your Valentine's fingernails working there.
And East Dallas is coming up.
Well, I just want to say to, the team, and Commissioner Price, Court, without Commissioner Price's support, and more importantly, without, Facilities Department, Mr. Ray, Mr. Sherry, Mr. Razan, Mr. Martin, that believe that we need to invest for our environment, as we want to say it. So, thank you again to the Great Council, and I hope to see you pretty soon, another at least 3 or 4 times. Thank you. Now we need to put it somewhere when everybody can see it.
And our next presentation is from Dr. Wong.
Morning.
Morning.
So we are still in the red, high-risk transmission level. The group met last Friday. The declines, and we're seeing some very promising and striking improvements in the numbers, as you'll see. I think as of last Friday, some of the absolute magnitude of still where we are is still higher than would allow us to go to orange, but we will be reconvening later this week, and so definitely reviewing and the possibility of going to orange, perhaps, hopefully, soon. But in general, like with our case counts for the general population, we've had a 53.5% week-over-week decline in our case numbers. For youth, about a 57.7% week-over-week decrease. And again, the numbers are approaching pre-Omicron levels. If we look at the available ICU beds, though, again, the availability, and it's not necessarily just due to COVID-19, but other conditions, but still are occupying a lot of our hospital capacity with respect to ICU beds. For emergency department, suspected and confirmed visits in the prior 24 hours, again, you can see that sharp decline that we've seen now, so very rapid decline. When you look at admissions, though, again, the admissions have declined, but you can see that those are still at levels which are at some of the peaks that we saw earlier with the Delta sort of wave that we had.
I'd just like to make the comment that one of the things that I know that you do and so many people in Health and Human Services do, and us here, is look at what's going on around the world and in other major cities in the United States, many of which who are like 2 weeks ahead of us. And I know we all saw this information, we saw that great drop, but you're always kind of going, I see that it's happening ahead of us, but are we actually going to do that too? And so it was with a sigh of relief and a belief in the science that we, in fact, are following all of that. Now, I know that you're going to say in the end, too, that does not mean that you let up on vigilance and paying attention to protecting yourself, your family, and your neighbors. But I just wanted to make the comment that seeing that great drop was, it was a great sigh of relief, that in fact, what we're seeing happening ahead of us, that the science does prevail, and that we are essentially in the same boat, albeit, 2-3 weeks or, whatever the time frame is, behind other communities.
I mean, and that's what's really interesting. Again, we're building our data systems to be able to monitor this, and we're seeing what you're probably feeling also in the community. I mean, there was a period where everyone you knew was testing positive for COVID, even people that were more careful. I mean, just showing how easily transmitted the Omicron variant was. And, you know, and then you're seeing it in the hospital numbers and everything, but now you're seeing all these numbers decline, and you're, you know, so this is exactly, we're a couple of weeks behind, some of the other countries, the Northeast. You know, we'll talk about some of the other things we're watching with the BA2 Omicron variant that's, you know, in Denmark and UK. But we're all learning from this, and fortunately, again, our trajectory folled what we were seeing in other places. But again, you'll notice still like the confirmed hospital occupancy at the levels we're still not down to that sort of absolute level yet, but we're getting there.
Dr. Wong, to follow up on that, talking about the Northeast and kind of comparing where we are to them. So we have New York has already lifted their mask mandate on the 10th, right? Delaware as of the 11th, Rhode Island February 11th, and California today, their universal mask mandate. And to compare our cases per 100,000 residences to those that have dropped their mask mandates already, Dallas County is at 27.7 cases per 100,000. That was as of 2 days ago. Are we lower than that right now, or are we still about that 27.7 cases per 100,000?
I'll have to look at the latest numbers. I mean, what I sent last night was the latest that we have.
Okay.
But,
that should be that.
It is dropping pretty quickly. And
Yeah.
that's why,
So
again, we'll
in
be
New York,
reviewing.
you have 24.9 cases per 100,000. In Delaware, I don't have Delaware with me, but we have New Jersey with 26, California with 57 cases per 100,000 residences. So we have a number of instances where they've dropped their mask mandate, and California most notably, significantly more cases per 100,000 residents. So what right now, I may, the color coding, sometimes gets lost, but in regards to a mask mandate, we have a number of states that have already pulled that back and are still in a place where they have more cases per 100,000 residents. So what is the justification for keeping the mask mandate in our county buildings today? The judge's order, even though it's been, now it's flouted widely. I haven't seen people wearing masks in a number of places that I've gone through for probably the last 3 weeks. Where are we with dropping that order? Because right now, really is the emperor has no clothes. We're not enforcing it, and the people aren't following it, and we're already in a place where these mask mandates are being dropped, and they still have higher numbers per 100,000. So when do we lose our credibility?
Yeah, I mean, I will say, the CDC, and I think Dr. Walensky made a statement, she thought that they were premature to drop those mask mandates. I don't know that there's a magic number, as we've seen throughout. The more that we can continue to try to do everything we can to slow the spread down has been a good thing, because historically what we've seen is when the numbers start to go down, everyone just relaxes and thinks it's go back to normal, and then something happens and the numbers start going back up. So, there's not a magic number for that. But we're certainly looking at that, but we do know the masks, do help slow spread of this down. We're still, as previously we saw the Delta variant, we've seen the Omicron variant. So I don't have I think that I would say, and, as Dr. Daniel mentioned, probably some of the messages, don't just go back to normal and think we can relax. And it's still important to be vigilant throughout this and do all the things that we can to continue trying to prevent spread. And again, right now the numbers are dramatically improving, but they're, you look at that, that's about half where we hit our peak of Delta earlier. So it's still, again, these are great trends that we're seeing, and we hope they will continue, but it's not like there's nothing circulating now.
Yeah. I've seen a couple of presentations of cases per 1,000 comparing us to Tarrant County specifically, and also Collin County, and you look at the peak and trough of the the Omicron line, and it matches nearly exactly. I mean, you know, regarding our policy path and Tarrant County's policy path, there seems to be, you know, the fact that, you know, they didn't require masks, there was no difference. I mean, just when it came to Omicron and, you know, what has been studied, and I know that there's some skepticism over the most recent Johns Hopkins paper, not yet peer reviewed, and, you know, basically put forth by a number of economists, not necessarily immunologists, or, you know, but from what has been gathered, the modeling regarding the protectiveness of masks was overstated significantly. So, you know, what can we talk about that when it comes to the decisions that are going to be made to bear here in the next week or so? Because, you know, this is something where, you know, the public wants to know. I mean, we're at numbers lower than places that have already dropped that mask mandate. We're already in a place where the public's not listening. You know, when are we going to, you know, give the public the criteria by which we are going to end the mask mandate? Because the problem that I foresee is, you know, what if there is the nastiest variant that comes 3 months from now, and we've lost our credibility because basically we held on to something for entirely too long for political reasons rather than actually following the science.
Well, again, you know, and we're trying to present the information that we have, the trend data that we're seeing, the science that we know. I mean, the masks are effective at preventing spread, whether it's also COVID-19, also for flu, other respiratory infections. I mean, it's sort of common sense if they're spread through droplets and things, and the masks both prevent someone who's infected from spreading it to others or protect the person wearing the mask from getting infection. So, you know, I mean, there's certainly, I mean, there are definitely benefits given where we are in this to continued mask wearing. But we'll, you know, continue to present the data. As you can see, we're not right now to where we were, say, before Omicron or even before Delta. At those low levels, that, you know, the hospitals still do have, you know, significant numbers, and we're still having issues with workforce. You know, I think the healthcare workforce in particular, just still being hit with people having, you know, testing positive, having to isolate, quarantine, but then also just the burnout and from everything that they've been through. So it's, I mean, I think continued precaution is certainly a prudent thing to do, and certainly as we look at the numbers, we're not totally, it's not back to normal yet.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at, you know, just kind of quick and dirty drawing a line between where we are now and where we were August 3rd, when the judge decided to require masks in this court, using the power of the Texas Supreme Court, we are about that same level. So wouldn't it be fair to say that if we trend down past that, it should be an appropriate time to lift the mask mandate?
Sure. And, you know, throughout the whole pandemic, and, you know, when there had been some state sort of restrictions on any actual rules or orders, I mean, we've always been saying, you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And what we've tried to present is, here's the numbers, here's what's going on in the community. It's, you know, a mask is a good thing to prevent spread. I mean, I think even after, you know, when we get to some situations in the upcoming weeks, I think it would still be prudent if you're going to be around a crowd and around people, you know, to wear the mask, and that's you know, sort of a common sense thing to do until you know, we're totally out of it. But there may be a new normal. Who knows?
But you're suggesting that there'll be a new normal where folks voluntarily wear masks, or where government entities are going to require masks in their buildings?
I mean, absolutely. There, you know, may be people who assess their own risk status and choose to wear masks, and that's a fine thing. I don't think that people should be looked down upon negatively if they choose to want to wear a mask in whatever situation we're in, because it does provide protection, and, you know, there are immunocompromised people in any situation, and So,
But you're not suggesting any ongoing government requirement.
suggesting, I'm sorry.
You're not suggesting any ongoing government requirement, rather you're just
Yeah,
saying
I'm
it's
just
a
saying,
social.
people, again, it's a, you know, like previously, we've always said, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And it may be a prudent thing for many people to continue to wear the mask, given where we are.
Yeah, and let me add something, obviously, to this. As everyone in this court knows, the Public Health Committee is made up of a group of doctors, and they'll meet and they'll advise on these things. This won't be a political decision. When the Public Health Committee tells me, and as soon as they can, it's time to do something different, then we'll do something different. And if that means a relaxation of mask or whatever, then that's what we'll do. But I think we make it, you put the doctor in a very unfair position. No, I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose, but to try to get the doctor to guess all of the variables in the future and what is in the mind of not only himself, but the head of infectious disease at UT Southwestern, the head of infectious disease at Baylor, the CEO of Parkland, and a variety of other people. They'll meet, they'll be thorough, they won't be political, there's nothing political to that group, and then they'll advise us.
So, but that particular group, are they a committee that's authorized and created by this commissioner's court?
That group is created by the medical professionals that are overseeing the treatment of people who get hospitalized. So I didn't tell the Dallas County Medical Society who to make their president, or UT Southwestern who to put in as chair of infectious disease, or same thing with Baylor Hospital. But they made those appointments before this began, and those people are the folks who are advising us well. And I think we do well when we don't play politics when it comes to a disease, because the disease doesn't care what your politics are. It infects Republicans, independents, and Democrats. It kills indiscriminately, and we're best to listen to our doctors, just as we would if, God forbid, we got a bad personal diagnosis for ourselves or a family member. We wouldn't take a poll of the public to see whether we take chemotherapy or get an operation. We'd listen to our doctors. We follow our medical advice.
Yeah, and certainly we get a second opinion when one is warranted, but the question that I asked was, is that a formal part of the court? And it's not. It's informal advice to you and you alone. Is that correct? That body that you're talking about, that Public Health Committee, technically is informal advice to you and not the individual that we have hired to be the head of public health. Is that correct?
They advise me, and I follow that advice, as does Dr. Wong. I follow his advice. We haven't had a situation where Dr. Wong has said, do X, and the Public Health Committee has said, do Y. And that's because the way science works, there is a body of opinion that vaccinations and masking are effective. I'm not saying we're always going to be wearing masks, but there's not, it's a medical body. It's not a body where we have an anti-vaxxer and an anti-masker so that we can balance out the opinions. It's a scientific body, not a political committee.
Well, have you heard of the concept of cherry picking? Because although it would be inappropriate to just have someone, that is of the opinion that, vaccines are wrong or masks are wrong, scientific consensus has changed over time and has not been consistent on masking and has not been consistent on certain aspects of vaccination. So I think it's important for the public to know as we reach this critical point, right? We're dealing with endemic disease now, and we're dealing with the abuse of legal authority. Who is advising? It's advising you informally. It is not advising the individual that this court has appointed to be the head of our Health and Human Services Agency. So from what I've gotten is basically the individual that we hired to be the head of Health and Human Services does not make the final recommendation. Rather, a committee that meets informally, just is not subject to open records, is not subject to Open Meetings Act. They advise you informally, and I guess, you know, it's my understanding that Dr. Wong attends, and, you know, that group then makes the decisions for this county. I mean, I think the public needs a greater deal of transparency in when this thing ends and how we're going to deal with things in the endemic stage, because I believe that there are a great number of folks that, you know, very much disagree on how we've dealt with it during the pandemic stage.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great number, and I think you'll see that in the election this year. We're never going to agree, so.
But so I guess, so that's right then. Your metric is seeing it in the election rather than.
No, I think that's your metric. My metric is to let Baylor choose their person, UT Southwestern choose their person, everybody choose their person, meet and advise me.
Why was that not approved by this court?
That takes the politics out of it. Well, I understand you don't like that, and if you ever find yourself in the position, you may do it differently. But this court's been very involved in every aspect of the response to this emergency. It falls on me as the emergency management director to make certain decisions. I choose not to use politics and sticking my thumb in the air to see which way the wind is blowing to make those decisions. You disagree with it, which is your right, but this is just Dr. Huang's time to update us on the facts on the ground.
Well, that's the problem, though. He's not the one ultimately making these decisions. We have, you know, a body that meets in secret that advises you, and, you know, I've asked a question that cannot be competently asked because of this, you know, extrajudicial body, if you will, or extra legislative body, or, you know, out of the public sphere body that's doing this. And it's inappropriate. I mean,
well, that's your opinion, but the body is very well known, very well respected. And again, the body is, and I may leave some people out here, it's the CEO of Parkland, which was picked by the board that this body appointed. It's Dr. Huang that this body hired. It's the choice of Baylor, Scott and White system, which granted, this body doesn't control Baylor, Scott and White, but they do a lot of work out there on COVID. It's the choice of UT Southwestern. I can't remember who else is on there, but it's, I guess Debbie Branson, the former trustee of the year. Who am I leaving out? I know Ruby Staff's it. Whatever. It's a bunch of doctors that are, Dallas County Medical Society's president or his designee.
Dallas Fort Worth Hospital Council.
Was it Hospital Council or their designee? Yeah. So anyway, it's not just a bunch of buddies of mine.
I don't question their competence. I question the transparency.
Well, they're very transparent. They put everything out in writing. It's on the website. Any other questions for Dr. Wong?
Did you want to finish the?
I'll finish up. You know, so these are the latest case counts, and still the 7-day trailing average for daily average count is about 700, over 700. I think yesterday we had over 1,000. But you know, think back to the days when 200 was it was high, and we used to worry about. So again, the numbers are not down to where we really want them to be. Getting to the vaccinations. You can see for those 5 and older, we're at about 72.86% of that population that has received at least one dose. Unfortunately, we are seeing decreased demand for vaccine, so now it's about 5,000 first doses per week. I'll show you still we have continued outreach, and again, appreciate all the work from all you and the staff and working to continue to provide them out in the community. We've administered over 3.7 million doses in Dallas County, but again, on that chart at the lower left, you can see how the numbers of vaccinations per week has declined from certainly where we've been. And then this is the some of the more breakdown of that, about 1.79 vaccinated with at least 1.79 million vaccinated with at least one dose, and about 1.532 fully vaccinated, and then about 535,000 booster doses. Again, continue to see, in terms of vaccination status for hospitalizations and death, most of the cases are unvaccinated, and so just reinforces the importance of people getting the vaccine. If they haven't received the vaccine at all, please get it. If they are eligible for the boosters, that's an important thing, especially with some of the variants, and in particular Omicron.
So then there still is a distinction to be made between number of positive reports and then looking at, because it is still, we are still within a deadly public health crisis, right?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about in terms of the numbers that we look at versus?
There are still people dying, and predominantly those who have not been vaccinated.
Right, exactly. I mean, this shows, again, the vaccines still are very effective even with the variants at preventing severe illness, hospitalizations, and death. And vaccines, they work, they're safe, and they're effective. As I mentioned, we never know, as we've learned from this, what to expect in the future. This shows the variant proportions. This is for the HHS Region 6, which includes Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. But you can see, this second Omicron variant, the BA2, starting to show some presence. But so there's still unknowns about this. They've called it the stealth Omicron variant, but we still don't know, that it causes more severe illness or anything like that. It does seem to be spread very easily, similar to the original Omicron variant. It does seem that the vaccine is still effective against this. What we don't know is in terms of reinfection after someone has a prior infection, if there's protection from that. And so that's certainly one of the pieces that's unknown that could determine how this proceeds. Again, I think Denmark, UK have seen, more cases of this BA2 variant. But this is, again, something that we continue to watch why it still is prudent, no matter what, to do the things that we can to try to slow this down. And wearing a mask is it's a common sense, practical thing that's not hard to do. And if it can prevent further spread, continuing to avoid crowds, continuing to distance when you can, all of those things, and get the vaccine, are really important. Here's some of the flu data. And so this is good still that percent positive flu tests are less than 3%. So we are, again, thankful that those numbers are going down, and for a combination of factors, and part of it also that the things that slow down the spread of COVID slow down the spread of flu. But still, again, very happy that our flu numbers are down, still only like 6 hospitalizations the week ending January 29th and 1 ICU admission. So again, thankful that we have not been having a bad flu season at the same time. As I mentioned, here's our latest, the community outreach vaccination clinics that we have scheduled, and we continue to offer those, and we get their best response when it's combined with the block walking and outreach and publicity around the community as much as we can before these events, and we still get good response when those are able to be part of the efforts. And then just the testing locations, because of, again, the reduced demand, we are cutting back on some of the days. So Dallas College Northgate campus, again, a partnership with Dallas College that we heard about with Dr. May. We're reducing that to Monday through Thursday only. Mountain View College, Monday through Thursday only. Richland College, Monday through Thursday only. Crawford at Aquatic Center, Wednesday to Saturday only. And Fair Park is doing, I guess, Monday through Sunday for testing. And they're actually doing, I think, 2 days of vaccinations also. Thurgood Marshall Recreation, then we closed Samuel Grant Aquatic Center and Friendship West. Again, the demand for these go up and down. We're trying to make it available as any requests or needs arise. But we do hope that the numbers continue to go in the direction that there's currently.
I appreciate the monitoring that is being done, but then also it's the experience so that now you can set up, whether it's testing or vaccination ports fairly quickly. Because you've got the relationships, you've got the knowledge, you've got the material that you need, you've got the personnel that you need. And so.
Exactly. The partnerships and others that have developed with this, so do allow us to continue to be even more rapid response as the need changes.
Right.
Thank you, Dr. Huang. I mean, I have to tell you, I've been going to a lot of the different vaccination sites. They all being run smoothly, considering that sometimes it's unpredictable how many people we're going to have. And I want to thank your team and your leadership for that.
I just came back from Washington, D.C. and listening to HHS listening to a variety of the federal agencies talking about, okay, where are we? And, what do we look forward to? And you referred to the partnerships that are required. And it's, some of the federal funding, but it's locally that you're going to have to bring the people together to have the locations, to have the actual pop-ups working. So it's and we continue to learn.
Yeah. And I would say the partnerships with the state and the federal partners also have been very key and a lot of communication going on with that. I didn't mention the approval for the 6 month to 4 years. I guess that's a little on hold. So we don't, there's some thought that it might be approved in the next couple weeks, but that might be delayed a little bit for further review by the FDA. So.
I would still contend that we're smarter than we were 2 years ago, and at least have so many of the tools that are needed to respond much more positively, but always looking forward to what might be the next steps. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next presentations are from Commissioner Price.
We had suspended the rule earlier, so I'm going to ask Marshall De Los Santos to come forward so I can talk about this transitional center. I've kind of been concerned, and I guess I'm going to ask the Judge Roden to probably weigh in on this, because as I read the statute, it talks about residentially what we have to provide in the unincorporated area. Right now, it appears as though we're spending close to almost $700,000 for a business that's in the unincorporated area, and why are we having to absorb that business? My people tell me daily, we watch every few minutes, fire and rescue in Hutchins going to service an unincorporated business in Dallas County. And it's my understanding that, like you said, we got to do residents, but where does it say we have to take care of those businesses? Marshall, you presented this based on my request, and so will you please, the concerns I've had and I've voiced for the last several years with regards to how much money Dallas County is spending with Hutchins in the unincorporated area.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. Again, Hutchins, this is located in the unincorporated district of Dallas County, and Hutchins is our contract we use for medical services out there in that area. Just to be aware, that is a business, and it's classified as a business rehab transitional center. So it was classified through our fire marshal's office because we're the ones who inspect it, and that was the classification we deemed it to be identified. One of the other things that's happened out there, we tried to work with this business. Apparently there's 250 clients out there, as they call them, and they all have phones. Now, they can call mom, dad, or 911 when they feel their toe hurts, or, some of those things are legit. We've had heart attacks out there every once in a while. But a lot of this is what we're understanding, they're using county resources for transportation out. Okay? We try to curtail that, and we've been unsuccessful for that. The cost of a medical run out there is $500 every time they go out there. Just be aware that in September, we're renewing this again. And right now, an ambulance cost in the city or in like City of Dallas is $2,200 a run. They're going to expect more money coming out this. So right now, we're paying almost $600,000 in medical runs for the last 4 years we tallied. It comes out about $130,000 to $145,000 a year. So that's going to go up, and we need to try to see if we can work and see if we can collect some of this money back.
Well, and I bought this, like I said, I think the statute, it's not, in my opinion, not ambiguous. I'm just trying to figure out, this is a business, and this is not a resident. And it's in Hutchins, ETJ, it's in the unincorporated area, but, you know, with Dallas, I mean, we're picking up the tab. We just went out there, and I said this at the ribbon cutting. You know, I'm not so sure that we haven't built them a new so-called public safety building with about $600,000 of our money, and so I'm a little miffed about this thing. I mean, if suppose all the businesses begin to call us in the unincorporated area, that this is a dangerous precedent, and again, the statute, and that's I want Judge Roden, to opine on whether or not, we have to continue this business, supply them, with these services. They are a public corporation, they make millions of dollars, and why the hell is the taxpayers of Dallas County having to supplement them? It's just that simple.
What would you recommend, Commissioner?
Well, that's the reason I want.
Well, I'll be happy to research that and give you a report at the next meeting. This issue wasn't brought to me.
No, and I get you. And the reason I brought it up because, my guys, I'm out there looking at new equipment and everything, and the fire risk, they're just coming back and forth. Look like every 15-minute cycle. One day, I'm like, are you kidding me? What the hell's going on? So, we're seeing this, and as he said, each time, they make a run, that's $500.
That's exactly. The bottom line is still, what is the county responsibility? And so what options
exactly. To a business. I understand if they were residents. I get that. We are responsible for unincorporated residential runs. And if we look and purge out the residential run versus, what's happened with this business. This business has spent more than, hell, all the residential runs combined, doubled. It's just unacceptable.
And we probably have some responsibility with businesses as well, but we would like to know how much, and how much is enough if it's a business, a private entity.
Well, I don't want to get tepid about it, Dr. Garcia. Again, this is a multi-million-dollar business.
I know, I get you.
And so, if it's a fire, I get that. But all of these ambulance runs, back and forth, and anyone just, calling, I can't get my arms around it. And like I said, it's a dangerous precedent for other businesses in the unincorporated area. So that's what I'm asking Judge Roden to opine as to what, because like I said, my simple reading says that, it says residents, not businesses.
Right. Well, thank you, Fire Marshal de los Santos. Thank you for sending us all the reports. I know Commissioner Price carries the bulk of this construction. Yeah. So, thank you.
Marshal.
That was good. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, again, multi-million dollar, they keep going up and up, and we keep picking up the tab.
Okay.
And I'm going to begin by, I said to this court when I did the 50-year Kerner report response, and, most people don't even, really care or remember what the Kerner report is. And I really want to thank Rick Lesberg just got published in If We Knew Then, a proscript to the Kerner report. It was really interesting. Just got published. Yeah, and just less than a month ago.
A couple months ago, yeah.
Huh?
One of the co-authors was a Duke professor and popped up in my alumni magazine, and it was
Really? I
it was
didn't
being
know
praised
about
there.
it.
Yeah, and so it's
Big deal. Very big deal.
yeah, very, very, very good. And and again, this ties in with my presentation today because all you got to do is take Kerner off the report, and you're talking about here and now. 50 years later, after the so-called, riots, 50 years later, supposedly lesson learned, a very bipartisan committee, the Kerner report, and here we are still just cycling and replicating what was going on 50 years ago. The more things change, the more they remain the same. And my colleagues, as I make my presentation today, there's a new 38-page judgment on a guy named Elon Musk that bails Teslas. And if you've seen the judgment, $137 million. 3 days later, he decides to relocate to Texas from California. $137 million on discrimination. And as the lawyer said for the individuals, I don't know where he's trying to escape, to the moon or to Texas, so that he doesn't have to deal with it. And I'm going to continue. I put Dr. Daniels did the piece, and I try not to be totally disparaging, but when nobody has done that, when they haven't done what they know that they probably should have done, we've got to ask the question: where's Waldo? But this monkey mugs at Parkland it's just amazing, because for the last 2 years, like COVID, at least over a year, I continue to bring it up. And it's like, and by the way, in the Elon Musk case, SWAT stickers, the N-word, and as he said, what does a person have to be doing to know that they've been called a nigger 60 times? Monkey mugs on the porch. When commentator George Reed called on Elon Musk, my ears turned up. I thought it would be about electric cars or missions on the moon. Instead, this is what I heard, and I quote, "Besides the N-word, other racist language used in the factory included descriptions that likened black workers to a porch monkey and hood rats, and suggestion that they go back to Africa, according to the lawsuit. The complaint also alleges the factory was racially segregated, resulting in an area where black workers labored to be derided as the, quote, slave ship, or, quote, the plantation. In response to the complaints, the lawsuit alleges Musk has told workers, you need to be a little more thick-skinned about the racial harassment. After I first heard this, I was alarmed. But I know it would not create a problem in Parkland Hospital's continuing practice of racism. Porch monkeys, like monkey mug gifts, are just another teachable moment. I wouldn't buy a Tesla, and I would not forget Parkland's racist ways. On Earth, on the moon, on my front porch. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Dr. King said there comes a time when silence, let's consent, and this court has continuously been silent on the teachable moment at Parkland and monkey mugs by a top, should know better Anglo woman who gives monkey mugs to African American as a prize.
I would like to make the comment that this court has not been silent.
Tell me when you said something.
Wait, let me finish.
Tell me when you said something. Tell me when you said something.
All right, let's all do one.
You're right, but don't make an allegation. Tell me when you said something.
Let me finish the sentence.
Let her finish it.
I have listened.
You've listened, but you ain't said a damn thing.
Wait a minute.
You haven't said a thing. Judge, I'm sick of this. I have been talking about monkey mugs for over a damn year. And this court has yet to say anything. That's the reason I put abstain on that. Hell, Paula Dobbs-Wiggins, just because she's black, she's a chairman of the board and didn't say a damn thing about it.
All right. Are you done?
No, I ain't gonna never be done. As I said, I've said to this court every week except two, maybe two.
You're interrupting her to let her finish and then you can talk, okay? Go ahead, Dr. Daniel.
What I do say this court has done, and that is to put into action the sentiments that we must do everything in our power to make what Dallas County is look like Dallas County. So that paying attention not only to what staff do, but also through procurement, how we do our business, and who we hire, and who we appoint. And I take that very personally in any impact that I have on it. And because I do see that it is very much part of a larger conversation, and it is attitude, but it also gets translated into our actions. What do we do? And that's where, respectfully, I understand as much as I can, I think, what you are saying, Commissioner Price, and do not disagree with what you're saying. But then also, what are we doing? How do we go forward with this? What do we do as Dallas County to improve that situation in things, in activities, in programs, processing, hiring, purchasing, that we do have very direct responsibility for, and take that responsibility and move forward with.
There's so much bullshit in my life. My problem is that Parkland, even on their diversion and inclusion, has been minuscule. It's been meaningless. You know, but when you, again, the Eli Musk thing, you might do, well, y'all need to be thick. This is a teachable moment. What did Parkland do? They hired an African-American woman to do a teachable moment. But the woman served no repercussions. I brought you other individuals who had been admonished because they spoke out. I mean, don't try, you know, there's a difference between sugar and defecation. That's, you know, I'm just sick of this. You know, we just, and again, I keep bringing you not only here where is the Huffington Post, where is Elon Musk. You know, every week I find something that ties us back. But has this court said anything? No. Oh yeah, we've embraced the policy. Hell, we got a whole litany today. You know, they either doing buy board or they're buying. You know, I look at all of the deals. You can have all the policies in the world, but it doesn't mean anything if you're looking down this silo and you look over here. We basically deal with Parkland. You look at talk about us. Let's look at Parkland's procurement. They've spent $18 million on outside lawyers, but for the fact that you had the teachable moment, I think when she got $5,000 or $6,000, and the other one where somebody took the case up to the Supreme Court, where the guy said, he was called a nigger and the SWAT stickers, and somebody black did that. Other than that $18 million is going to the same people. Same way with their construction projects. And I'm just, and I guess last night, I mean, this, I've come to this court and continue to show you this is not isolated. This is not isolated, but we allowed it in our own backyard. As though we don't have anything to say to Parkland. They can do it what they want to. That's reading again. I abstain. So they got a white woman chairman of the board now. It ain't no different than when they had a black woman chair. She didn't say nothing. She didn't say nothing either.
Well, Commissioner, I think she did too.
Well, no, she didn't.
I have to, say that Dr. Wiggins, did look into the issue. We appoint people to that board. And hey, I totally agree with the fact that we have to be vigilant on what, organizations and institutions do. And, like the report says here, if we knew then what we know now, and how do we stop racism and the dynamics of incorporating social science in public policy, it's evolving. I think that now more than ever, we are more connected, bring these issues into the forefront. And I understand your frustration as someone that has been, right here working for diversity and inclusion and equality in hiring here in Dallas County. I can imagine you being here a lot longer and feel more frustrated. With that being said, hey, I have to say that we did what we have to do, and you have done your job as well, bringing this into the forefront with. But again, I believe that this court, as well as the Parkland board, as well as Dr. Cerise, look into the issue. Did it come out to our satisfaction? I don't know, but they did look.
But we asked the Fox to, will you please look at the hen house? Hell, just like I said, if you look at, that whole C-suite and what's going on. But, as I said, one of the things Elon Musk said, I just think y'all need to be more tough-skinned. All he had to do, and it talks about it in that 38-page report, all he had to do is say, this won't be tolerated. You're fired. It ain't the N-word, it's nigger. You're fired. It was send a message. But no, the man said he got caught 60 times. And the jury said, $137 million, and 3 days later, he said, I'm going to Texas. Yeah. It's just, yeah, but maybe that means Texas is a sanctuary. I know maybe that means Texas is a sanctuary. Yeah. Okay.
Capper Award?
No, I've already done that. Mr. Thomas has come. We did that when we suspended the rules.
All right. Next presentation is from elections.
Yes, colleagues, thank you so much. We discussed this in our last Commissioner's Court. I know that we were concerned about how this was going to work out with the elections department, and I want to thank Mr. Scarpello and ABI for being here for this presentation. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. As you all know, SB 1, there's certain aspects of SB 1 that was passed this year that have been problematic for mail ballot voters. So we came to you a couple weeks ago to ask for some additional funds to do some public outreach. And we thought it was prudent today to give you an update on our activities. Nick Solorzano, our new elections communications manager, worked with Alpha Business Images. Nick couldn't be with us here today. He's has some symptoms of sickness, and we thought it was best that he isolated at home. So I'm going to ask Sophia Johnson from Alpha Business Images to come up and join me and her team, and we'll kind of walk through this presentation that they put together. And we'll talk about the problem with ballot by mail, as well as, you know, our educational efforts, timelines, campaign strategy, et cetera. So, you know, SB 1, when it was passed, it has certain aspects, certain red tape, if you will, that were had to do with vote by mail. In particular, voters have to, when they apply for there's a new application to apply for a vote by mail ballot, where they have to include their their driver's license number and/or their social security number. And if they don't provide that, it's problematic because we have to reject the application. And so, so this new application was released on December 2nd. We immediately put it on our website the next day. Nonetheless, certain people were using old applications that they had in their cache, et cetera, et cetera. And so on our initial influx of, and this was true throughout the state, the initial applications when they were submitted, there was a very high rejection rate, around 40%. Since then, that's calmed down quite a bit, and I'm going to go through the statistics. So as of
before you go any further, I had 4 people Saturday working on 1,200 rejection, and did not find that to be the case. I had 4 people to do nothing but work on those rejections, and I'm finding that I'm having a real difficult time saying that who is pruning those rejections.
That's our mail ballot department.
Well, I had, again.
How were you working on those?
How?
Yeah, I mean,
Because we saw what was rejected, and we took and ran it through the system. I had 4 people with a laptop that we employed to work.
Going through that list.
Going through that list.
And that list is available, Mr. Scarpello?
Sure it is.
Yes.
Sure it is.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. No. That's the reason we was working.
Because I
you were
know
verifying
ABI
the
was
status of those rejections.
Exactly.
So we would be glad to work with you and your team to look at those. So
we got it.
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Scarpello, ABI was also calling some of those rejections.
Yes, and
right?
we'll get to that.
Okay,
We're going to kind of
excellent.
outline our
All right.
activities.
Thank you.
So just to look at the statistics, so far we've received 14,709 applications. We've accepted 11,378 applications. There's 1,708 being processed right now. And as of today, there's 1,623 that have been rejected, so a rejection rate of 11%, which is considerably lower than what we originally started at, and is a little bit lower than most of our neighboring counties. Of those rejections, 835 of them were because someone didn't put any ID on at all. So that was 5.7%. And 141 people put no signature on the application. And then 448 didn't indicate a party for this primary election. And then 187 of them, the ID that they did provide didn't match with what we had on record.
So real quick, didn't get all those numbers in my head, but what percentage of problems, rejections are SB1 created? So the ones that are, you know, if you didn't have a signature, you would have been out of luck in prior elections. If you didn't have some of these things, you would have been out of luck in prior elections. What percentages are SB1 problems? So no driver's license or wrong driver's license, or no social security or wrong social?
That would be the 835 no ID and the 187 ID does not match.
And what percentage of the total is that? I can't see.
I went to law school. I'm not an accountant.
Okay, well, just give me the two numbers, the total versus the
835 and 187.
187, so 900 something rather. And the total is what now?
Out of the total 1623 of total rejections.
Oh, okay. So less than 10%. All right. So we're talking about, so the SB1 created issues are less than 10%.
Yes.
Right.
And so SB1 also has some issues. There's a two-part. So when an application comes in, it has to match certain information in the voter registration. And then when the ballot comes in, it has to match certain information on the application. So far we've sent 10,285 mail ballots, and we've had 1,475 returned. And as of today, 382 of those have been rejected, which is a rejection rate of 26%. So that's also a problem. So as we talked, then when I came to you guys a couple weeks ago, we said, let's try to do something about this. Let's try to, I'm going to open things up here. Oops. Back one. So let's try to reach out to the public and help them with these applications so they don't have so many issues. So we met with Sophia Johnson with Alpha Business Images on January 27th. We put together a sketch, if you will, of what we could do. We came to you on February 1st, and you passed a budget based on those recommendations. Since then, by the first week of February, we put together a video script that we're going to show you what we've come up with, and we started some radio campaigns, and we did some phone calls to try to solve some of these issues. And we had to do all this in the context of knowing that SB1 also has restrictions on what we can and cannot do as far as spending government funds for voter outreach, kind of not crossing the line of promoting vote by mail ballots, because there are certain restrictions there. So having said that, I'm going to ask Sophia to come up and kind of talk through this.
Before she does,
Sure.
and I may have already asked this question, there's lots going on right now, early in the week, but with the, let's see, there's a lawsuit where a judge suspended the part of SB1 that said you can't mail to people. So where are we on that? We're going to mail to the Republicans and Democrats that are old people that got them last time?
Sure.
Especially when it comes to elected officials, Mr. Scarpello, because I think that's what the judge is asking, right, Judge?
Well, when I'm asking, in the past, you'd have some 80-year-old person who had a mail ballot for, 15 years, and so you'd mail her application. Now, is it already too late? The applications had to be mailed by the 18th, right?
Correct.
Right.
Are we going to do that and help these old people out now that we can?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and clarify for everyone. So SB1 prevented us from spending government funds to promote vote by mail ballots. So in past, someone said, hey, I want to go to a nursing home. I get a stack of applications. I want to go pass these out at a nursing home. We cannot hand out more than one application to someone unless they ask for it directly. Even if if a wife calls and says, hey, can you send me an application for me and my husband? We have to say, well, you have to put your husband on the phone. And so that aspect, just last Friday night, there was a temporary injunction put on that aspect. So now we may be able to do that, and got to consult with our attorneys about what this temporary injunction allows us to do. And so we may be a little more aggressive in our outreach efforts now. But when we were putting this campaign together, that injunction hadn't been placed.
Okay.
Okay? So.
Right.
And I just would say, I can't say enough good things about ABI for how responsive they've been and how quickly they've thrown this campaign together. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Are you gonna? Yeah. Okay, great. Hello, Judge Jenkins and the commissioners. I just wanted to briefly go through what we've done in about a week. It was very, very fast given the timeline. We worked over the weekend to make sure that we got all of the materials produced. This is the budget that you approved. A good portion of it went to video and radio production to
Can
actually
someone
make
email us
sure.
this?
Yeah, because we haven't seen any of this
Yeah,
information
I can't see it
yet.
for, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is impossible to see. This is,
If there's a way to do it, just email it to them and they can pick it up on their little screens.
okay, perfect.
Should I pause? Do you want me to pause?
Yeah, I guess give them a second to get it on their little screens.
All of that stuff.
Tell me when y'all have it.
All of it. Just sent you all that stuff.
Mr. Simon to sit there, the whole day thing. So do we pay Mr. Simon to sit there and watch the whole thing? He just popped up. That hourly is not, well, no, I said something.
Definitely.
Oh, I got you.
I don't know.
I'm waiting on her.
Are they like lawyers?
Oh, he knows, so he is, right?
The hourly rates are
Right, oh, yeah.
notorious.
Text.
Just get an email. Thanks.
Do we have it now, guys? Y'all have it on your screens?
I'm waiting.
A certificate. I want to frame it. I want to frame Joe May.
Yeah. Commissioner, so you want a copy of it?
I want the original, so I give it back to you. I just want to frame.
It's a little bit better, yeah.
At least we can see the numbers,
Yeah, I can see the numbers better.
because we couldn't even, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
still not great.
And we do read all this stuff, believe it or not. I mean, we're readers up here.
That's fine. If you can email it, though.
It may be too big to email.
Well, yeah, if you just make it a little bit bigger, I think they can see it.
Okay.
I think that's good.
Okay, great. Well, this was the budget that was approved. We moved forward with it, but you can see that a little over the half of the budget was used for video production of a 3-minute Spanish language video and a 3-minute English language video, and also Spanish language commercials and English commercials. In addition to that, the campaign management, of course, and then about a little under half of the budget was for all of the outreach. I'll go a little more into the detail on the outreach. We were asked to put together a plan that could be executed between February 9th and February 18th. We had a very short window of time, so you're going to see the 3 tactics that we used. One is radio, to make sure that we're driving people to Dallas County votes. What happened with the elections department is we recommended that they put the video immediately on the homepage as the first thing that people can see, since that is the challenge at the time. So that was instituted. If you click on the website in Spanish, it is the first video that they see. If you click on it in English, it is the first video that they see. But how they find out to go to DallasCountyVotes.org is by radio as one way. And we are on 3 radio stations. We are on La Grande. We are also on KSOC, which is Magic 94.5. And then we're also on K-Love. So that gives us a radio station that is targeted toward the Latino community. We have a radio station targeted toward the Black population. And then we have K-Love, which is just a general market. It is all for targeting voters that are 65 or older. So these are stations where you're going to find that the population is more inclined in that age bracket to listen to these specific stations. It's a very modest budget, so we limited it to 3 stations as opposed to doubling up on any demographic. So we're covering Latino, Black, general market. In addition to that, we have social media because when we talked about it originally, we asked about having Facebook, which would allow us to target, but Facebook has a lot of restrictions that are stopping us from putting any elections-related ads up. They have an issue with Dallas County, so that's being worked out. In the meantime, we've moved forward with display advertising, which allows us to target people by age. It also allows us to target people by whether they are voters, but it also allows us to target them by address. So we're able to get all of the addresses from Mr. Scarpello and target the home devices of that specific address. So it's really, really targeted what we're able to do with digital display. So we're doing a campaign in tandem where we're focusing on seniors, but we're also focusing on the specific addresses that we received from the elections department. And so those are all designed to drive people to DallasCountyVotes.org, and I'll show you the ads that they're going to see and also the radio commercial. Yes.
So what, if anything, has gone live already?
Everything is live.
What date did each of these pieces go live?
The radio went live February 10th. Phone calls began yesterday or the day before. They will be completed the first round by the end of today.
Okay.
Then we will do a second round of calling beginning tomorrow. Social media is also live. So the 3 components that we were approved for
When
are
did social media go live?
February 12th.
And I would think with this amount of money, I mean, although it is, as you point out, a modest amount of money, when you consider that we're only talking about, what, 15 or 20,000 people that are in that mail ballot universe for both political parties, for this amount of money, you ought to just be able to carpet bomb those people. You just ought to be constant communication with them. $30,000 in social media spend for 15, 20,000 people, that is a lot of contact, so.
Yeah.
We actually have $3,000 for social media. But as it pertains to radio, even though it is only targeted towards seniors, the radio is hitting everybody.
Right.
So we're not able to say, hey, we only want a station that talks to people 65 and older.
Because the whole point is penetration.
Right.
And I'm not sure I know anybody who listens to the radio much.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
anyone.
seniors do.
Seniors do.
Yes.
Okay,
They are the most
that's why I
likely.
asked about penetration, because you
Yes.
should be able to have a sense of that, my guess.
Yes. So we're using mediums to make sure that we're hitting them a couple of places. First, we want a live caller, which is what they're having. Somebody, Spanish language, English language, we have a live caller calling them to let them know. We wanted to alert you that your that your application was rejected, and this is what you need to
And
do.
what percentage of the budget, again, is directed to those live calls? Because
$5,000.
Of the 47, $5,000 is on live calls?
Yes, and that'll be completed today. Because I think you have, 1,700 people? So all of them will be called, and then they will be called again.
These are the rejected people.
These are rejected people.
That's what I said, we did 1,200.
Just doing a little, fast and dirty up here. I'm not a senior yet, but not far from it. I don't want to tell you John's age, but he would fit into that category of over 65. And neither one of us listen to radio. My 90-year-old mom doesn't listen. I don't know anybody, honestly, of any economic strata that has not figured out a way to listen to music without listening to all those stupid commercials. So I hate to see us spending so much on radio when there are so many more effective ways just to communicate directly with that person that wants a mail ballot, like you're talking about, getting the devices in their house. Saying to the other person who lives there, if grandma's an invalid, hey, here's what grandma needs to know to get her vote counted.
So we are definitely targeting at the address level, and you see that the impressions at the address level are going to be almost 400,000. And although uniquely we may not listen to the radio, radio is a very effective medium. It covers about 90% of the population when you talk about doing a complete buy. So it is a layered approach. It's not to say that radio is a solve, but that was the tactic that was approved by the court, so that was the one that we moved forward with.
Yeah, and the thing about radio is people tend to listen to it during drive time. And the thing about absentee voters is they're all over 65. It doesn't mean everyone over 65 stops driving or stops working, but a disproportionate number of absentee voters, given that they're out of country, military, disabled, or over 65, are not commuting in their car each day compared to, say, 45 to 60-year-old voters.
So
Hey, Judge, can I just mention that, and we appreciate the feedback, because this feedback's going to be critical, because this problem's not going away, right? So what we want to do is think about how well we did, how well we're going, what we're going to do in the next round. So I appreciate the feedback.
But I guess, and I'm getting this, other than the people that are moved, the people that were deceased, we know what that had a few. It wasn't. You're right. Less than 10% was either moved or deceased. The 18 and 19-year-olds, I guess it was a college. The problem is that how many are we rejecting based on voting address and mailing address? Because that's what my people were finding from the calls on Saturday. You may have a voting address and you may live at your residence, but you got a mailing address with a P.O. box. And when they started purging over Saturday, this is what that's what I'm trying to get the results of all that they were having trouble with in terms of why they were rejected.
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, Commissioner Price, we would love to sit down with you and get your feedback, get more detail about what you're trying to tell us in a different form, so we can actually, take a look at the individual voters that you're referring to.
But if they live in Mesquite and they happen to be in the Army, and this is the depth of the calling we spent all day Saturday doing. We're finding out that we still can't glean why a number of these people, other than the moved and the deceased, and which was just a very few, the voting addresses and the mail addresses are different, and of course, I guess some of the college, the 18 and 19-year-olds had some address issues because of college. So I'm just trying to figure out how do you take and vet? How do we get what's vetted? That's when we went into a mode of checking. How do we get why you've rejected them? I see what you say there, but that doesn't even begin to address what we found out on Saturday.
Well, SB 1 has incredibly complex rules. In fact, I can show you, this is a 30-page document right here that walks through all the different scenarios, that talks about how all the different scenarios of what to do in these different scenarios in the rejections.
But,
And so
Mr. Scarpello, what I'm asking you, like we had like Luis Martinez, okay? It was so we went through one by one, because if they didn't have a quote middle name, we was trying to match it up, with the address, and we found a lot of that, with our Hispanic. So we were trying to figure out, what was going on. Yeah, I got it.
Because, in Spanish, you usually use two names.
Yeah, they used two names.
So you will not match.
But they were getting rejected. But they were I'm telling you, they were getting rejected. We couldn't, because they had no middle name.
Well, as we showed on the screen, the majority of these rejections are because of people that didn't provide the ID that's required of SB 1. And so that's one of the main things that we're trying to address with this media campaign. So
And do we send them an application if they did it incorrectly? Do we mail them another one, or we just tell them you need to submit another one?
Yes, SB 1 prescribed what we're supposed to do when application comes in. So, and it prescribes a certain letter, or a variety of letters actually, depending on why they were rejected. Of course, I got to tell you that everything that the state has done related to SB 1 has been thick, hard to read text. And so it's very confusing, I think, to a lot of voters. And that's why we're trying to simplify the messaging to say, when in doubt, fill it out, if you will, to, provide all the numbers that's on that form, without getting into, the legalese of a 8.5 by 14 page paper rejection notice. And so, it's not simple.
But once we call them and say, hey, your application has been rejected, you need to submit a new one. Do we send them the new one?
Yes, the new one goes with the rejection letter.
Okay.
And so they can submit a new application, or they can go online to the Secretary of State's website in certain cases to try to make the correction.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to simplify with this messaging.
And then we ask them to look for the tutorial. So the second time, they have the choices. They need to correct it and submit it again.
Correct.
And they have till the 18th.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I will show you an example of the English and Spanish language videos that are out there that are meant to specifically stay within the parameters of not soliciting. These are people who have already decided to vote by mail, and addressing the key reasons why the applications are rejected. So if someone could play the video.
Right. I got it. Okay, I'm on. Okay.
And again, this is on the homepage of Dallas County Votes, both in English and in Spanish.
Hello, Dallas County voters. Have you decided to vote by mail? If so, you can download your application right now. Just go to the blue menu at the top of this page and click the Ballot by Mail button. You can print the application and fill it out, or type directly on it and print it afterwards. When filling out the application, be sure to fill out all 5 sections thoroughly. Now, let's talk through some things you should keep in mind to ensure your application and ballot will be accepted. A new Texas state law has additional requirements for ballot by mail applications. One of the new requirements is that you must provide the identification information you used when you registered to vote. So, on the right-hand side of Section 1, you must include either your Texas driver's license number or the last 4 digits of your Social Security number. We recommend that you fill in both. When in doubt, fill both out. Failing to fill out this section means your application will be rejected. Next, in Section 5, make sure your application is signed and dated. Without a signature, your application will not be approved. Finally, double-check to make sure all sections are completed to the best of your knowledge. Once you've completed your application, you can bring it to our office in person, send it to us by mail, or email or fax it to us. If sent by email or fax, the original application must be submitted to us by mail within 4 business days. The deadline for the Elections Department to receive your application is February 18th. After we receive your application, the envelope containing your ballot and return carrier envelope will be sent to you within 7 days. It looks like this. Once you've filled out your ballot, place it into the return carrier envelope. The return carrier envelope is a new state-mandated envelope with a purple stripe on the side that must be filled out correctly. To make sure your ballot is accepted, you must include either your driver's license number or the last 4 digits of your Social Security number. We recommend you fill in both. Once again, when in doubt, fill them both out. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. If you have any questions or concerns about applying for your ballot by mail, you can contact the Dallas County Elections Department at 469-627-VOTE.
You know, what percentage of seniors are knowledgeable about playing videos? How many hits we get on this? And what percent of the videos are being followed up at the end? I mean, that's nice. That's nice and nice package. But what percentage of seniors? I mean, what percentage? That looks good for us sitting here. What percentage of seniors are watching videos?
Well, or and he also asked how many people have opened this, so.
Well, I just asked how many hits did we get on it?
I don't have those analytics with me today, but that's going to be one of the major parts of what we do. We're going to work with ABI to look at the effectiveness of this entire strategy.
Mr. Scarpello, time is running. I hear that. That's the reason we went into engagement on Saturday. Time is running. We already knew you had 1,200 rejection, and so that's it. Now here we are Tuesday. 18th is right there.
So the analytics at this point, we would have no time to do anything about it. Certainly for this summer, going into this next election, we will. So we'll take a look at this strategy and see how well it does and how we can tweak it and make it even better.
But I think something we could probably get, and you can just email the court, is how many people have opened the video.
I asked him how many hits.
Well, that's something analytically, I mean, there's an answer to that. It's like on your little Google thing.
Sure.
Whoever is.
Of course, it wouldn't also hurt to get a geographic heat map of the ISPs that are opening it as well, because if we're getting a bunch of hits just in North Dallas,
Exactly. No, you're exactly right.
Okay.
That was.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because if they all coming out of North Dallas, then you're exactly right. This is different. Correct.
That's why I asked about penetration. How successful are we using the different methodologies in really reaching people, but then having the impact, which is having the rejected applications corrected if it is, simply, the matching up of ID information.
Right. So I think that there are several things that we can do when it comes to these types of initiatives. This is what was approved. We gave a laundry list of different tactics, including face-to-face
Yeah, but
outreach.
you're the expert. I mean, how do we reach how do we reach voters in Dallas County?
I don't think there's anything more effective than face-to-face. And so if the Commissioners Court were taking our recommendation, it would be hand-to-hand combat, especially when you have this kind of time frame. But these were the tactics that were approved, and so these are the tactics that we executed
Approved by
upon.
who?
This court,
By
This
us,
court.
except for me, because I abstained.
2 weeks ago.
I remember us proving money. Now, you're telling me we got into the specifics?
Oh, yeah. No, that's,
No.
oh, yeah, no. It made clear that it was gonna be, yeah, you can go there.
We said, ABI, I got it. The amount of money, I got it. Social media, I got it. This hitting on the website,
Yes, we did discuss that it had to be in a place with the Elections Department, Commissioner Price. And we did, and we actually discussed, exactly how many of our seniors go into these kind of platforms and social media. But what I didn't know that I find very interesting to know, Ms. Johnson, is the fact that you can target it. That has been for me an eye-opener, that you can actually go into the zip code and into the household.
We
And
can
then
go
call
at
it,
the
because
household
Commissioner
level.
Koch was the one who said, hey, why don't we just do calling and do that?
well, we did that.
But we did everything. We approved this, and that's what my concern was, that it was probably not enough money. I mean, I know how much TV and radio costs for a small business like me to make advertisement. So I knew $79,000 for a whole county was a very small amount of money, but.
One of the lesser effective means.
Well, but then again.
$5,000 is for direct calling out of the 74.
But then again, I am not, and that's what I asked ABI to be here today, because I don't know what they do know and do best, which is targeting the people that needs to be reached out. Now, I know talent and doing the buys are extremely expensive. So that, I didn't know that we were going to finish with so little resources for the calling, but I am glad to know that we're on the way and we're going to finish by tomorrow.
Right,
That
and
is
I will tell
impressive.
you that with the calling, the budget was given to calling that was needed. So we said we want every single person called. And with the budget we needed for every single person to be called, that's why $5,000 was allotted. The cart didn't come before the horse. It was, how much money do we need to make sure in English and Spanish, every single person on this list can be called? That was the budget that was needed, so the rest of the budget was put toward tactics. But the priority was a live caller, speaks my language. We were given a list, so we actually didn't have the phone numbers, which is another issue that comes. Voters aren't filling out their phone number because it's an option on the application. It's not mandatory. So we had to run that list with another vendor to find their phone numbers, hoping that it's correct, and it has been correct. But then we allotted the budget needed to call basically 2,000 people. So we'll have that completed. All of the people who didn't answer, we will try them again tomorrow. People who have on recordings, we're leaving them the message.
Well, and I think one thing that the court is seeing now is there is a difference between advertising for a service like law or dentistry and having a universe of people that are well known to you as repeat mail ballots.
Exactly.
And communicating with that universe. So for instance, those of us who advertise on television wouldn't do it, wouldn't spend all that money to advertise on television if someone gave us a list and said, here's everyone who might want your service, and here's a way to cost effectively communicate with them. So, when we broadcast on the radio, everybody, hears it. And that may be a component of a layered strategy.
Right.
But now we have the ability to just target people through phone and internet and, messages, et cetera, and much more cost effectively and effectively move them to do something like put in your social and your driver's license.
But if y'all say we approve this, how the hell can we know how many hits it's gotten?
Oh, we'll get there.
And we will get that eventually.
No. I mean, let's just do a time, cut the time off this weekend. How many people have been using this? I mean, we should know that.
Yeah, we're not going to get it right now, though, but.
No, but we have to know how many people of those who had their applications rejected have been talked with, contacted, and given the opportunity to make that correction.
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask about, is to make sure that we survey, try to get a random survey of this population and see, hey, did you hear something on the radio? Did you hear video? Did you get a call? Did you get, some corrective piece in the mail? And for everyone, not just those that had a rejected ballot. So that way we can, see what our real penetration was. Because, my gut was when I first saw this was that we just need to be calling and mailing. One, if it's a mail-in ballot and the critical line of communication that we have is through the mails, use that because they're clearly successful in that particular endeavor, right? And then secondarily, the call. So, and again, the videos are nice. They're reusable, so, it's not like it's, in the wind, right? It's not like it's just for this. We can use it, for the next upcoming election, so I'm not so worried about that. But regarding effectiveness, it's a much smaller group of people that are voting in primaries than vote in the general. Yeah. And it's also probably a group that is less motivated to vote. There's probably just a slight drop-off in sophistication. And this doesn't, when looking at these numbers regarding, those that have been rejected, I know that we certainly don't want that to happen, but it's not shocking. It doesn't seem as though that, this has caused the world to end. Rather, we do have a significant portion of people. We got to get to them effectively. And because it's so small, it seems as though, that
we can
more, that more targeted approach is probably going to be way more manageable.
Well, I guess that sounds okay if you're not on the ballot and in primary.
I'm on the ballot.
Well, yeah, because the five of us have been through this. The five of us have done this. So that's why we know something about it.
Well, exactly. But we've never run up against this kind of obstacle.
Exactly. And this is new territory for
this
all
is
of us.
brand new territory.
And that's why I, asked Ms. Johnson and ABI to be here. I think our discussion last week, I'm sorry to say this because I know we all read our materials and are well versed, but we were in, blind territory. We didn't know how this was going to come up. And now we have an idea that next time we need to allocate more resources. We need to be sure that, everybody is included. And now hopefully we can find out all what we've just been discussing right now. How many people actually open this? How many people follow of the people that we were trying to reach? Right? And well, it's an eye-opener. And thank you so much, Ms. Johnson, to join your team. I did see the English and Spanish, and I'm very thankful that,
Hello, Dallas County voter.
And I will say, Dr. Garcia, that this is going to be really not a good test case because running a campaign for a week really is not, this is how it happens. This was an emergency use. What can you do to make a difference? They are getting mail. Every single person who got rejected is getting a letter from the county. They are getting an application. They are getting a phone call. So then we are directing the actual social media ad to that household because we can direct at the address level, and Mr. Scarpello has given us the addresses. So when you're talking about how can I get proximity, we're getting proximity in many of the ways except hand-to-hand combat like we did for census. And when it came to census, it was, I need to see you and you need to see me. So our recommendation would be going forward when we have this kind of issue, you have to include hand-to-hand combat in that too.
Absolutely.
You have to include face-to-face.
All of us knock doors.
Yes, exactly. You all knock doors
and we
to
will
be
have
sitting
to
there.
have a training on how to do it as an elected official because SB1 is very target on what we can and cannot do.
Right.
Without asking for solicitation, which
Right.
was Ms. Johnson's big issue as well, in all the social media, in a lot of the things that they do. So this is definitely has been educational, not only, for our taxpayers, but to
Yeah.
us as well. Thank
But
you.
I would just caution you that using a week and saying, okay, was this the best use of funds? Did we see a really high uptick? A week is really not a campaign, as you all know, being elected officials.
If we ruled the world, it'd be different. We don't. So we have to take what we have and maximize it, right?
Right.
And that's where we have to use your expertise as well as our knowledge to come up with the best plan of what we're going to do. So I'm sorry, I understand, you want to back away from the results, but we're here. This is it. And we have to use our tools to the best advantage. But part of that being too, of, what are we trying to do here? And what we're trying to do is our county government is responsible for elections, for fair, accessible elections for all of our residents. And so within that parameter, the mail-in ballot is a piece of it. And it's an important piece of it for a portion of the population that for a number of years has used that as their primary means of voting. So whatever we can do to be on the right track on that is what we ought to be doing.
Thank you, Dr. Daniels. And I will say that just keeping the seniors in mind, a lot of them are at home. They are watching TV. They are listening to the radio. It's not what we do because we've got these busy jobs with many screens in front of us. But our seniors are at home, and so keeping in mind the tactics that work for them, I think is important. When we were talking earlier about, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have one last question. There's always one last question. But it's the language, because I also know too that the Department of Justice has said that we have a responsibility because we've reached a threshold in order to reach all of our population, that Vietnamese has been included. But do we have a distribution of language requirements so that we would have a better idea on that?
So I'm not sure I understand.
Well, because, in looking at this, first of all, we're missing another part of the primary is who's going to vote in the Republican primary and who's going to vote in the Democratic primary, especially when you've got that no party affiliation was 3% of the, how do you get your ballot? Except by that piece of information. But then in addition to your specific ballot is what language is going to be the one to allow you to effectively participate.
We can definitely add Vietnamese as we move forward with other elections campaigns because this was an emergency. We did only 2 languages, especially based on the modest budget and the time that we had. I will say that with Mr. Scarpello was smart in allowing us to make the videos so that they can be used. That little February 18th clip can be taken out. We can continue to use that asset and then add a Vietnamese asset also, or any other languages that we want to add. But that investment is not just an investment for this week, and it's an investment we'll continue to be able to use, take clips for, and use it for other medium. So I'm not sure if the Commissioner's Court wants to see the other assets, or if you have more questions, happy to answer.
When you say other assets, you mean other parts of the campaign?
Right. You can see what it looks like on social media. You can see the radio script if you're interested, but it's also in your email.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We really appreciate you,
Thanks for
especially
being
with
here
such a short
and
notice.
answering questions. And, well, Are we finished with this particular issue?
Yes, I mean, I just want to, Mr. Scarpello, just to close out, there's two other things that we have heard in my office. First, to be sure that we put how many people are voting in the Republican and the Democratic primary. I know that I did send you that request. Yes. And the other one was to be sure that all the judges, when people come in to vote, they ask, do you want to vote in the Democratic or in the Republican primary? And that's all I have to say for today. Thank you so much for the presentation.
And just for my part, good to see you here. So far, everything that I've gotten back regarding material and things getting out there has gone smoothly. So I want to thank you for a good start to this early voting, and look forward to it being golden throughout. So thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. And moving along, Judge.
Next is our consent agenda. Do we want to request, is there a request to pull sheriff's personnel? There is, all right. So I'll take a motion on the consent agenda with everything but sheriff's personnel.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Dr. Garcia?
Oh, no, this is with a poll.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Aye.
Personnel.
Yeah, never mind, aye, everybody's aye.
Yeah.
All right, now, next is sheriff's personnel.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, for the same reason about,
I'll abstain
diversity
as
and
well.
inclusion.
So that passes 2-1 with 2 abstentions. Next, we have the bids, or motion on the bids.
I'll move the bids. I did that, I'll move them.
Second.
I did ask, I didn't see the other 4 on K1, Mr. Frosch. The other 3, I'm sorry.
Which one, Commissioner?
3, K1, just didn't see the other 3.
Oh.
Yeah, the other 3 are listed on page 2 of the court order. It was next gen, bin cleaning, deep cleaning, pressure, and Pinnell Industries. They were the other 3 that were competing with the Park City's Power Wash.
Yeah,
Park City Power Wash has been utilized, and this is a case where we didn't have a contract in the past ever with Dallas County. We went out and tried to leverage our pricing, the aggregation, driving down our cost. This is the incumbent that's been utilized on requisitions, and so we went out in the market and received a number of bids, and we were happy to have a good price with the incumbent that's doing this on service contracts now.
But the incumbent is the one we've been using.
Yes, sir. It's the incumbent.
Yeah. And I guess what I'm asking is, they bid before now?
They've been using, historically, they've used spot purchases to do this service. They have not have a contract that was a term contract. We went out with a term contract, try to leverage our spend and try to get better pricing for the organization. True.
Then when garages got real bad and we got a number of complaints, then we'd call power washing. But now Mr. Bazan and his team want to put the garage on a regular cleaning schedule, so it made sense to go out to bid.
And as we were lauding earlier, they're all self-performing and there's no participation, basically. And that's $368,000 a year.
368 is over the term of the contract estimated, so it's about 70,000 a year, 73,000 a year. But you're right, over the term of the contract, if we utilize our estimates, it would be in the neighborhood of 368. But I will say, as with all of our solicitations, we did go out and send out 8,500 notices to the public. Mr. Crawford and his team sent notices out to.
How many?
8,500 notices went out to the public using our bid. 8,500, yes, sir. 85, 75. I have that listed in the background to give you some awareness of what we are trying to do to outreach to the vending community. So we use our portal to send out to anybody to register to do business in the area. Then Mr. Crawford's team sends out notices to the chambers and the advocacy groups as well, so to hopefully have inclusion to the local community. But none of the submitted bidders were certified minority businesses, sir, or small businesses. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. So I got a motion and a second. Question?
All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we got the RFPs.
Move RFPs.
Second.
What- Do we need to read anything in the record on that change or not, Mike?
I will state it. There's on RFP 4, which is our release of our desktop support and technical support services, there was some language that we wanted to correct one sentence. It's a draft document, but I wanted to make it clear that it seemed to be a little restrictive by saying you had to have your presence in the United States and the state of Texas. And we wanted to remove the state of Texas. Of course, we want to have not offshore, but onshore means U.S. for CGIS compliance, but we want to remove in Texas. So we want to have, of course, local desktop support would be based on SLAs, but, you know, call centers and things of that nature could be nationwide.
Great. Okay. With that read in, any questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, that takes us to the court orders. Here's what we have. With all the polls people have given me. Is there a motion on court orders L1 through 53 and addendums 54 through 56, pulling 6, 41, and 56 for a separate vote?
Oh, could you repeat those, please?
Yeah, the separate votes, motion on all of them, with pulling 6, 41, and 56 for a separate vote.
And
Well,
56?
you may be pulling 41 for 2 weeks, but just pull it right now. Pull it.
So you want to pull it for 2 weeks?
I
or-
might be pulling it for 2 weeks, but you know, because there are still some issues, and I know Mr. Tamayo is here. I saw the EEO1 on 40, but yeah, 41, if we can,
All right.
Yeah.
So,
So
pulling-
41 and 3 are pulled for 2 weeks?
no, we're not pulling, we're pulling 41 for 2 weeks, but 3 and 56 were, no, I'm sorry, 6
6 and 56.
and 56 we're voting on today.
Right.
56 being held until after closed session. 56 will be held until after executive session.
Okay.
Right, so you're only pulling 6 and 41, right? And Commissioner Price, you're pulling 41 for 2 weeks. Oh, I was ready to pull that one, okay. Sounds good.
6,
So it's only
41, and
6.
56.
Right.
Correct.
So it's only 6. Okay. I move approval for,
Oh, okay.
go ahead.
I want to talk about 41.
okay.
So when we get to that, let's pull it up for discussion, because I know that the heads of CBRE are listening, and I want us to talk about what we're thinking about with that.
Well, but if Commissioner Price wants to pull it for 2 weeks, we have no discussion.
Commissioner Price and I need to talk to them. We need to hear from the court about this, because they're listening. Okay, so this is on the non-pulled court orders. Any discussion before we vote?
Yes, I have some comments about,
While you're thinking there a moment, on number 7, which is the agreement with CTC, in reading through it, is there a possibility of getting a complete timeline on that? Because it has each one of the sections saying, oh, there's going to be 4 weeks for this and so much, is there a possibility of getting a complete timeline on that?
Absolutely. The next step with this is for the two of you, Commissioner Cox, Commissioner Daniel, and your team, myself and Melissa,
Okay.
to meet with them and lay out the strategy, which would include the timeline.
Okay.
Okay.
Also, I noticed that school districts and municipalities are most definitely included, but will private sector nonprofit stakeholders also be included?
Absolutely, to the extent that they were also included in your initial
Okay,
meeting, that
okay,
it's important to include them.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for letting me
oh, no
interrupt.
problem, Commissioner, it took me longer than I thought. On item number 20, on the fiscal 2021 Health and Human Services Assistance Family Self-Sufficient Program, I know that we have working with the Spanish-speaking community. I hope that that we continue to do that, because it is important in order for them to, keep some of the housing. What is the other one? Expansion of the court call platform authorized by Chapter 27 of Texas government and the information and technology. Thank you, Ms. Kraft, for your email. I didn't have to call you or do anything else. And of course, what else? I think those are I'm happy to see that, we have in Public Works, the Second Amendment for the Camp Wisdom Road project. It's a long time coming, and I'm happy to see that with Public Works. And that, last but not least, I would like to, I asked Mr. Martin privately, and I know that I only copied the judge, to put back in our agenda every 2 weeks the amount bless you, the amount that the county has on reserves. We used to see it all the time, and I'd like to know that we are on the right track. And then the jail report. I think it's important for, not only for us, I know several of us look at it through the committees, but for the public in general, to have that information visible and within the agenda.
And
With
they both
that,
will be added back onto the next court.
thank you so much, Mr. Martin. And with that, I'm ready to go, Ms. Judge.
The only reason, and I don't know if Alberta, if you're listening, the only reason I sent you an email, and the only reason with that boundary thing, I'm just trying to figure out how Kimberly Horn, I know it's a 2-month turnaround, but I don't know why they, they get the call seemingly on everything, but I have some concerns about that. But I did send her an email, and maybe she just hadn't had time to respond to it.
Commissioner, I'm here if you need for me to
Okay.
respond.
Kimberly Horn.
Yes, sir. Kimberly Horn, actually, this is.
Alberta, you need to show your video, please.
I gotta see you.
Yes, sir. Can you see me now?
No.
Okay, can you see my video?
There we go.
All
There
right.
you go.
We can see you.
Okay, Kimberly Horn, they were on the original contract, so this is an amendment, and it also, this is also to review the boundary information that we have completed. So that's really just continuation of what they've already been doing already. So this is just a continuation and for them to finalize that information.
You're on the original contract, well, not for boundaries.
Well, no, what happened was that we basically had them to do the road list, and they were reviewing that as well. So this is, basically, we went through and looked at the boundary information with our MCIP projects, and that's what they were doing, is just reviewing our data and our information, and we used them as backup to review that.
So, okay, and you think the price that they've quoted is appropriate for the work?
Yes, sir.
that
Yes,
they're
sir.
performing? Okay. Thank you. With regards to 21, 23, and 24, they've seen 24 is it's the new process. I guess we're just extending those contracts from round one, Mr. Frost or Dr. Wong, either one. That's part of the notice grant for HIV. No real issues. The 23 is partial award. I guess that's HRSA partial award coming in. And of course, I guess 21 is pretty routine. And I'll take it that subrecipients are not having any issues navigating and us extending these contracts. Not having any issues. Okay, got it. I'm okay.
So what are we going to do with
41?
With 41?
I'm going to move for discussion purpose.
Okay, second.
Vote on these first.
Yeah.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, you want to move it?
I'll move 41 for discussion.
Discussion only.
Purposes
I'll
only.
second it for discussion. It's my understanding that there is someone from CBRE who is going to be here today to answer questions or whatever, and he's going to be on the computer in Phoenix or something. Commissioner Price and I were hoping to have a discussion with him if he's here.
I have pulled this item for discussion, so Commissioner Price, thank you.
Do you have the name of the gentleman or the person from CBRE?
No, do you have the name of the person?
John Lenio should be here from CBRE.
John.
Can't understand you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner and the Judge. John Lenio from
Okay.
CBRE should be available.
So can we pull John Lenio up? Do you have his contact information?
I asked him to contact our clerk's office to provide his information and be available to speak today.
Well, and if he's not available.
You have his contact information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you tell him so he can contact him?
We can table that, right, and go on to 6?
I guess while we're contacting him, we can go on to whatever, but just give us a minute. Commissioner Preston, I want to talk to this guy.
You also had number 6 pulled. I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
go back to
We can
that
table this and go back to 6 while they.
and then come back to this
Yeah,
one
that's
while
good.
they're contacting.
That's good to see.
Okay, motion to table. Commissioner Price?
Yeah, I'm a
And I second the motion to
Second.
table 41.
We're coming back though. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, now here's 6. 6, is your motion on 6?
I'll move it.
Public expenditures.
There's been a move, is there a second?
So move.
Yeah, no?
I'll second it.
Okay.
So I just wanted to talk about, on page 1, we've got this temporary staffing for COVID-19 related outreach efforts. And from what I understand, we're going to divide this 75,000 up equally amongst the road and bridge districts. I think it's kind of highly inefficient in that, you know, my district has had kind of fewer events because I have a very high vaccination rate. And the other 3, particularly District 3, have a greater need. And that's why this came about, right? Because HHS is ready to go, you know, but you got to do all the work to plan and set it up and, you know, get the location, all the rest of that. So I would prefer, rather than, you know, hoarding my 15,000, to get one person, right, that works under Mr. Martin, right, and have them do this coordination. Because really the coordination, and it'll end up working out like this, but this coordination probably should follow where the greatest need is, the zip codes that need to have these. So I would rather, we can hold it up and say, hey, listen, this is not, we're not just divvying it up because we're all, you know, we're all need our, you know, equal piece of the pie, even though we don't need that. Rather, I want to be able to say with clean hands, hey, listen, we have one person doing it, they're focusing on the PCCI zip codes, and then, you know, there's also going to be a little trick in what's going on regarding the decline in vaccinations and vaccination demand, right? So there's going to be a little bit of coordination, kind of doing more of the prep work. There may be an area of high need that is not necessarily ripe for doing an event in that 1 week or 2 week period because, you know, there may not be demand there. So there should be some coordination between demand generation and then I set up the event. So that way I set up that event for the greatest amount of success in those most vulnerable zip codes. That workflow, I think, just works a lot better.
Yeah. Okay, who agrees? Anybody disagree with that before we make that amendment?
Could I just make one amendment to that, Commissioner Koch? I think it's important that we have people who represent the communities for these. So there may be 2, because these are very just workers who are going to be helping staff pull people together and pull.
That's fine.
So I may need a bilingual, and I may need somebody who's, you know, representing District 3. So it may be 1 or 2 people.
1 or 2 is fine. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I want it more centrally located and then also focused on that mission of let's really be working on those zip codes.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Koch. We appreciate that. And Mr. Martin, you know, you have the marching order, and one of those have to be bilingual. Trilingual if possible.
So,
I move and Commissioner Koch second.
did, but now we have Commissioner Koch's amendment, which
Yeah.
I would stay.
Moving the second and second,
We have-
accepted.
Yeah, I accept.
it.
Okay, good. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Did we get Mr. John?
Elena.
Well, if he's not ready.
All right, can we take a 56 then?
You know what we could do is you and I can just call
Well, that tells you how
Get him on the
vested they are on this.
a video.
Yeah, because all that,
Well, I guess, I mean, it doesn't, if Commissioner Price doesn't like what he hears, we're gonna be doing it in 2 weeks anyhow.
I know, but we want this guy to know what we've been around and around and around on this, trying to get
yeah, I've
them
been
to
going
give
back and
us
forth with
a
emails. and he just doesn't.
firm, not an aspirational goal with no repercussions, but a firm number, right? And,
Okay.
there just, something seems to be lost in translation.
Right.
So we want to
Well,
talk
send it to
directly.
me. I should be able to help you.
Yeah.
No, this is lost in the English translation.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God, that is even worse.
Yeah, Spanish and BSEs are two different things.
Yeah, it's lost in the English translation.
I was joking.
I
You all
know,
know that.
I know.
Far and beyond. Oh, what's the conversation lost in English? What were you asking me?
Okay, so Commissioner Price and I may get together in a room and call that guy some, at some point. So that's just,
And it's being held for 2 weeks, so we'll bring it back in 2 weeks.
Exactly.
all right, next is 56, or motion on 50.
We're going to hold that till after
No, they pulled
executive
That's right,
session,
that's
please.
right,
We have to
that's
come
right.
back to
Do
that.
we have any public speakers?
We have two.
Two.
Who's got the list? Oh, never mind, I've got it.
Mr. Jackson and Mr.
Dale,
Stain.
please read the rules of the quorum for our public speakers.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted, excuse me, in accordance with the vision of Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first speaker is G. Jackson. G.
Yes, sir, I'm present.
Go ahead, sir.
Goal of my public speech here today intends to reveal a very deadly public safety crisis. Also, I will propose action for the permanent resolution of this crisis. From my relentless efforts to resolve this very deadly public safety crisis, I have discovered that the predicament is far worse than COVID-19. It has plagued the entire Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area. It has plagued the entire state of Texas. It has also plagued the entire United States and has also plagued the entire world community. Therefore, it is a pandemic, and it is a far worse pandemic than COVID-19 because it has been allowed to never cease for decades. I have made numerous attempts to ensure that all you Dallas County commissioners have received a recent email notice from me on this very deadly public safety crisis, more so for the purpose of you noticing the undeniable symptomatic sensations that identify the air-contaminating environmental crimes as your own self-evidence. If you have received this notice, then I know that you have your own self-evidence, which indicates that the public safety crisis does indeed exist. This deadly public safety crisis is inflicting countless deaths from strokes, from heart attacks, from diabetes, from cancer, infectious disease, toxic poison, homeless crisis that is correlated to mental illnesses. and the epidemic of homicidal shooting violence, etc. These deaths deceitfully appear from natural causes, but countless of these deaths is actually murder. Formal public disclosure that announces a formal investigation into the air-contaminating environmental crimes, along with requests for eyewitnesses to step forward with information and evidence on these crimes, would surely, without any doubt, initiate monumental change reaction for the permanent resolution of this very deadly public safety crisis pandemic. It is also my request that this deadly public safety crisis be put on the agenda for a close to the public hearing when Dallas County officials, Dallas City officials, and state of Texas officials are formally invited to this closed hearing so that they can hear a much more detailed information of this very deadly public safety crisis and decide whether to agree to my offer for formal public disclosure of it. Thank you. Truly sincere. My name is G. Jackson. Finally, my question is, can we have this closed hearing with public officials and formally invited? The end.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. So it's your time to speak, but thank you.
I can barely hear you.
Oh, it's over. Thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your comments. Our next speaker is Mr. Alexander Stein. Mr. Alexander Stein. Mr. Alexander Stein. And this concludes our public speakers. If you want to give me a second, somebody sent me the cell phone of this guy. Should we try him and get him up on the screen? I just think we're going to get a lot better understanding if we talk to him directly.
I mean, if he wants to talk, yeah.
So I can get him.
Still getting. He missed again, because I've only heard him down in the city now, some people send me the clips of it.
Hi, this is Clay Jenkins, the Dallas County Judge. Commissioner Price, well, if you get the message in the next few minutes, be great to be calling the Commissioner's Court so we can visit. If not, like I said every time, it's Commissioner Price and the visit.
Yeah, I don't, we, trust me, you won't ever making this stuff.
Your matter's been held for 2 weeks by Commissioner Price. Anything you go to court,
yeah, I'm aware.
You hadn't already pulled up for 2 weeks, right? Like a month ago or something?
No.
I don't think we've ever pulled up.
Never pulled.
Okay, great. Okay, so that, let me do this real fast. So, we'll next go to closed session to consider matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action needed as a result of a closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. That closed session will begin momentarily. If you're here in the courtroom but you're not a part of closed session, please make your way out now. Thank you.
amending things,
No problem.
sticking my nose
Feel free to ask me. Feel free to ask me. I know that we have this window, but feel free to. That's all.
trying to fix a couple things.
You ready?
You know, you want that of a conversation.
You ready, Aaron? You ready, Stephanie? Okay. Okay, we are back in session, only having discussed those matters that were permissible by law and no action having been taken in the executive session. Now before us is court order number 56. What says the court?
For approval. Second.
Got a motion from Dr. Garcia, second from Dr. Daniels, that 56 be approved. Any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign, chairs in the affirmative. Is there anything else to come before this court?
Motion carries unanimously.
Got a
with the
motion
judge being
to
absent.
adjourn from Dr. Garcia,
Second.
second from Commissioner Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those who oppose.
Let the record note that Judge Jenkins was not present at the time of voting. Thank you, guys. I need to go to the restroom.
He signed all the documents.